Welcome to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus 1230. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday. You know, earlier I did say that it was going to be a beautiful day and Majestic shot me down.
She shot you down real quick.
She was like, girl, what are you talking about? I'm like,
but we love that. We love a meteorologist that can keep us in check because we need that.
We need that for sure. I needed that. I mainly was talking about the temperature, I think. In my head.
It feels nice. It doesn't look nice. It feels great.
It feels good. So we're going to get that full forecast from Majestic right now. So let's take a listen in.
A lot more cloud coverage out there today, but hey, at least those temperatures still feel nice as daytime highs today will be rising to almost 70 degrees. Cloudy skies persist really across much of the Carolinas. Yesterday, hopefully you're able to get outside. It was a beautiful afternoon. We had some sunshine. We topped off at 65 degrees, and today 68 is what we're forecasting for our high. Cloudy conditions. I don't really think rain is going to be the big weather story today. Rather, the warmer temperatures will be and the gusty winds that you'll notice. Tomorrow, we're back into the 70s with a little sunshine returning. Friday, we're talking about possible record warmth, almost 80 degrees. And then if you're already making those weekend plans, plan for the possibility of some rain showers and even some isolated thunderstorms before another cool down arrives. Satellite radar, we have that system to the north of us, but really across the Carolinas, it's an overall quiet day. We have cloudy skies all over the place, but boy, those winds, they are whipping out there. This is our Dallas camera. Of course, it's way high up there, but it kind of gives you perspective that the wind is going to be a key element in our forecast today. The good news is that the winds will be moving in from the southwest. So when we have southwesterly winds, they usher in warmer air, and then overall our temperatures will respond to that, and that's why it's almost 70 degrees today. Our sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles an hour. And then as we're looking at our futurecast, as far as our wind gusts go, this afternoon they'll be capable of gusting around 25 to 35 miles an hour for most of us, and that'll hold steady up until about dinner time or so. So overall, a warm, cloudy day and also windy. You can see the rest of our day today. Cloudy skies, that's going to be the name of the game. But if you have errands to run or if you just want to get outside and get some fresh air, I mean, it's not a bad day. It's just not the most beautiful one either. Out there in Blowing Rock, we'll be topping off at 59 degrees, 61 there in Boone. Once we're heading across the foothills, mainly mid to upper 60s, 68 out there in Morganton, much of the same from Gastonia to Concord, even through Albemarle, and low 70s returning from Chesterfield out towards Rockingham. Now, overnight lows tonight will be very similar as to what we woke up to this morning. No need to send those kids off to the school bus stop tomorrow with a heavy jacket. I mean, we'll be waking waking up to temperatures that are nearly 60 degrees with a lot of cloud coverage in place. And then tomorrow, we're back at it. Widespread 70s, 76 degrees for your high there in Charlotte, 73 in Charlotte. I think we'll get a little bit of sunshine tomorrow. And then as we're looking at Friday, almost 80 degrees, nearly record warmth. And then temperatures over the weekend are going to slowly start to drop. Now here's the thing. Friday, I know many of you are probably looking forward to warmer temperatures, but the first half of our Friday starts out warm and cloudy with scattered showers and the possibility of seeing actually a couple of storms. We're not concerned about any severe weather, but if we have some of those storms fire up, which we likely could, we could see a brief heavy downpour, maybe a couple of lightning strikes, and also some gusty winds. Saturday is going to be really the rainy day, so if you have plans for your Saturday, plan for the rain, mainly for the first half of the day, and then I suspect by the later half of our Saturday, things will gradually clear out. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. A cloudy Wednesday, but again, temperatures are pretty impressive. 68 degrees for us today, 58 for our low temperature tonight. 2 back-to-back days into the 70s, almost 80 degrees on Friday, and then next week the sunshine will return, but so will those much cooler temperatures.
All right. I like 68 though, so that's why I feel like it's a beautiful day. Okay, so we are going to switch gears here. We talked to you about some breaking news this morning at around 9 a.m. We told you about a 4-year-old that was shot and killed in Rock Hill. We do know right now that police are investigating after a shootout between a 19-year-old and a 34-year-old. That 19-year-old was shot and killed. That 4-year-old was caught in that gunfire, shot and killed. So we're going to send it over to Destiny Richards. She is in Rock Hill, and we're going to hear an update from her.
First, we do start with some breaking news this morning in Rock Hill. Thanks for joining us here for the news at 11. I'm Jane Monreal. We're now learning the ages of 2 people killed in a Rock Hill shootout that happened last night. Let's go straight out to WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards live in downtown Rock Hill. And Destiny, this is a tragic update.
Yes, it is. Rock Hill police say a fight between 2 men inside of a home escalated into a deadly exchange of gunfire, and unfortunately, a young child was caught in the middle. 2 people are dead, including that young child and one of the men involved, and the other man is now facing murder charges. Now, police responded to this just before 7:40 last night at a home on the 500 block of Frank Street. When they arrived, they found a 19-year-old man, a 34-year-old man, and a 4-year-old child all suffering from gunshot wounds. Investigators say the 2 men got into an altercation and began shooting at each other inside the home. The gunfire continued as they exited the house. Police say both men were hit along with the child who was inside the home during the shooting, and the 19-year-old and 4-year-old died from their injuries. Now, the 34-year-old is identified as Cedric Akeen Creighton of Lancaster. He survived. He's now charged with 2 counts of murder, possession of a weapon during a violent crime, and unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And Creighton is still at the hospital. We do know that Rock Hill police will transport him to jail after he is released from the hospital. And we do not yet know the identities of the 19-year-old and the 4-year-old who were tragically killed. And we'll be sure to update you once we learn more information. This is still an active and ongoing investigation. Live this morning in downtown Rock Hill, I'm Destiny Richards, WCNC Charlotte.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Destiny, thank you.
And we will continue to follow this case right now. She was saying that 34-year-old still in the hospital, but is expected to face murder charges. Bria Smith, she is a reporter. She's up in Rock Hill right now, and she is continuing to follow this case, and she will give us an update today at 5 o'clock. So we will continue to watch that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Right now, time is 12:41. As we do continue today, we're going to head back to Myrtle Beach right now, where a hearing is continuing. So this is the second day of a hearing to decide the fate of a deadly and controversial road rage shooting incident. Basically, what happened is there was a road rage incident, and Scott Spivey did die. Authorities said Weldon Boyd from North Myrtle shot and killed Scott Spivey, but he is claiming that it was from self-defense. So we're going to take a listen in. Looks like an officer just finished his testimony at the stand. So let's take a listen in. Of course, right when we go to that, it looks like they are taking a little bit of a recess, 12:42, so might be taking lunch right now. We are going to head then to Dan Jansen, and he used to be in the Olympics. And so we're going to take a listen to, what is going through these athletes' minds as they do prepare and compete in these sports.
Can you remember that time like it was yesterday?
Very much so, yeah. I do. I remember, as I said, the buildup is, it's slow, and then all of a sudden, once the Olympic trials are done, the last month, it just races by, and all of a sudden the games are here. And
do you remember how you felt in 1994 prior to winning your gold medal?
I do. I was going into Lillehammer as favored in both my distances, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and I hadn't been beaten all season, so I kind of thought, well, just go and do what you've been doing, and unfortunately I slipped in the last turn of the 500 meters. And that's the great and the awful thing about the Olympics is that it's one shot. We don't even have prelims. We have one time, one race, and if it doesn't happen, one slip, and you got to wait 4 years. Well, I had to wait 4 days for the 1,000 meters, and luckily that one turned out a bit better.
That's great. Talk about the buzz of the Olympic Games. I mean, we've been gearing up at the TV station, and we're so excited about the Olympics coming. Just like what is happening, in the town, what's happening in Milan to get ready for this, and what's the attitude, and how are people feeling?
I think generally the host cities are kind of feeling like the athletes, because it's a big preparation. It's 4 years of prep for them too, actually 6. When they get awarded the games 6 years out, and they have that much time. But the people, there's so many volunteers who have helped to put this on. They're all geared up and ready to go. And I can speak from my experience. I've competed in 4 and called 6 others, and so I've been to a lot of Olympic Games, and the people can be the ones who make a great experience for the athletes and for the fans who come to watch. If the host countries are into it and they love it, it's an amazing experience.
Do you ever train skaters anymore?
No, I don't. Not officially. I have. I worked with several through the years. More so as I would call it more of as a mentor than their coach, because they have their coach, and not to step on any toes, but I'm always available, and they always know I'm available for advice or whatever they need. They have my number, and we talk. I talk to several of them quite often.
Do you ever get out on the ice yourself?
I have not been on the ice in several years. If I do, it's either in Salt Lake City or Milwaukee if the team is training there. But no, it's been a while.
Like how fast do you think you could skate now?
Not. I mean, it's relative, but no, I lost all my power.
And those thighs, right? Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. Well, now you're a grandfather.
Yes. For a month. She just turned a month. My daughter Jane, those who remember me carrying her on my victory lap, named after my sister Jane, she had a baby girl in December, so we are thrilled about that, and mom and baby are doing great.
And your granddaughter's name is Kennedy Marie.
Yes.
Marie was your late sister Jane's middle name.
Yes, so they're carrying on that legacy, which is, I cried when I heard that. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Oh.
Life is amazing.
Oh. Wonderful. Yeah. What is Dan Jansen doing now? What is the Olympic athlete doing these days as he's 60 years old and a grandfather now?
I just turned 60. I am. So I've always been a trainer. I've always been, involved in health, wellness, and fitness. And so for the last 10 years now, sort of by accident, I got into training a bunch of NASCAR drivers and having a blast. We have 25 drivers that are under us now, and my role is more strength and conditioning, but some of the mental side and focus and those types of things. And I tell you, they go through a lot more in those cars than people realize. Yeah, it's not easy.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Anything else that you'd like to add that we haven't talked about?
So the Dan Jansen Foundation.
Yes, of course. I'd be remiss if I did not ask about that. Yes, talk about the foundation. Yes.
Foundation's doing wonderful. We've given over $1 million now to families in need for mostly for non-medical expenses. As back when Jane was sick, she had to have a bone marrow transplant in Seattle. My family, we were in Wisconsin, 9 kids, and so I noticed that the expenses that weren't paid for by insurance, the room and board, the travel, all these different things. Sometimes it's car payments, house payments, that maybe one parent has to quit their jobs because the child is being treated, and so we help those families in need, and it's been great. We're still going strong. I have my charity golf outing here every October, and we're still doing it. We have a concert and great golf and good friends, celebrities who come to help support.
Well, keeping on our Olympian beats, we've got our boy, Elliot Markson.
The one and only.
The one and only joining us here. He's our live Impact News WCNC Plus correspondent, really, for right now, because we do talk to him. Elliot, thanks so much once again from Italy joining us. How is, we love the word, the vibes. You've been telling us all about the vibes. How is it today? What do we got going today?
Oh man, we've done a lot today. Yesterday we shot some content for the official Milan Cortina Instagram and social media. Today with IBSF, which is the International Bobsled Federation, we did some interviews on the street. I got to interview some of my fellow teammates and then some Olympic fencers from Paris that were here in Cortina. So there's a lot of people here. Curling, actually. We've seen more curling fans in Cortina than bobsled fans, so that's interesting.
Oh, wow. That is very interesting. Let's take a listen into your interviews that you guys did earlier today.
What's up, guys? I'm Elliot Markson, USA bobsled athlete. I'm here with NBC with some amazing winter and summer Olympians from bobsled and, better believe it, fencing. And I'll let them introduce themselves.
Caleb Fennell, bobsled.
Maya Chamberlain, saber fencing.
Carson Vistering, bobsled.
Mitchell Sarin, fencing.
And it's crazy. We have such a unique blend of athletes here. And real quick, I kind of want to know, how did you guys get started in your own unique sports?
So it's a pretty niche sport. So if you don't have family, you have a funny reason for getting into it. I like Star Wars, so that's how I started fencing.
Would you be a Jedi or a Sith?
I mean, you'd always want to be a Jedi, so we'll go with that one, yeah.
Doesn't sound like a confident answer, Jedi.
So she would be, it sounds like she'd be Darth Vader.
Let's see where the Force takes me.
Okay. Very great answer. All right, Carson?
I just love the gym. I love squats, cleans, and sprints, which is 95% of the training.
What's your favorite lift?
Power clean.
America loves power clean. All right, Mitch?
America runs on power cleans.
All right, Mitch, how did you get into fencing?
Literally same as Maya. I was obsessed with Star Wars growing up. So
Sith or Jedi?
Jedi, of course.
Favorite Jedi?
Yoda.
The wise one. All right, Caleb, how'd you get into the sport of bobsled?
I got recommended to try out, so I went to a slide and glory combine and then made it here.
Awesome. Very, very clean cut answer. Okay, real fast. What is y'all's favorite thing about being in Italy here on the ground in the Winter Olympics? Maya, you first.
Scenery is gorgeous. The food is amazing.
Okay.
I can eat unlimited pasta in the dining hall and not feel as bad about it. Well, we'll see when we weigh in for race day, but that's it.
Pasta Boys put on 30 pounds since being in Cortina. Awesome.
The coach is begging him to stop. Like, please.
Quit eating
Caleb's
pasta.
making me stop. Caleb, you're the lightest kind of team. You got to lose weight for this team. Come on.
Yeah. The vibes here, the aesthetics are nuts. I was not surprised. It's very like 80s Aspen with Italy vibes out here.
How does it compare to Summer Olympics and kind of the summer venues? Do you think it's more, do you feel more in the Olympic spirit here, or do you feel like that's kind of more the summer vibe?
Same spirit for sure, but there was, I like, it's a lot chiller here. It was chaos in Paris. It was almost too much at times, and you were sweating a lot.
Yeah. I don't know how you're not sweating in that hat right now. Is it?
I'm perfect temperature.
All right, Caleb, what's your favorite thing about Italy so far?
Oh, definitely the mountains here in Cortina. They're gorgeous.
How do they compare to Utah?
They're way more like sheer cliffs, and they just look so tall compared to Utah. Like Utah, you kind of look like you could run up the side of them.
Yeah.
But here, it's just, this is different.
You heard it here first, America. Our own very Winter Olympian from Utah, actually from Park City. He was actually born on the Wasatch Trace. Believes that the Dolomites are more beautiful than Utah. I don't know. You guys, yeah, that's a hot take. So anyway, well, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the interview. And as always, go USA.
Okay, that was awesome. Awesome interview. I was expecting the bobsledder to be like, I got into it because of Star Wars, because that would have been really cool. Elliot, would you be a Sith or a Jedi? I want to know.
Oh, man, I think when I was a young kid, I would say Jedi, but, you know, the older you get, you just kind of feel bad and kind of relate more with Darth Vader, I think. So I would have to go with Darth Vader.
Bad guys have more fun.
I know, bad guys do
heels
have
are
more
always
fun.
better.
Yeah, okay. Also, Elliot, I heard that you are now best friends with Ralph Lauren. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually just got done doing doing kind of like a little model shoot for the Ralph Lauren pop-up store out here in Cortina. It's actually at a kind of a bougie kind of ski resort, and yeah, they had us out, had us try on some different stuff from their Olympic line, and yeah, got some content for them, and you know, hopefully they use it in some of their marketing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Really, I mean, you are just doing some really fun stuff right now. What has been your favorite part of all of this?
Oh, just like, you know, like the guy said in the interview, the Olympic spirit here is just amazing, and just being on the streets, interviewing people, fans. We met a guy today. He's the pin guy, and so he goes to all these Olympic, you know, venues and events across. You know, he was in Paris. He's been here, and all he does is trade Olympic pins, and those, I don't know if you guys have seen social media, they're kind of the currency around the games, and you know, I'm hopefully going to get a lot more content around that. You know, I've got some cool pins from Milan and up here, so yeah, it's just the atmosphere in general, and of course the espresso. I've had probably 5 little cups of espresso today.
Oh, good. So you're ready to go. Well, Elliot, you're doing awesome stuff out there. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate your take on the Winter Olympics. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, tune in. The bobsled races, we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of the races with women's 2 women coming up in the next couple days. And then, of course, the end of the week, we have men's 4-man races, and you know, the U.S. is really strong right now in the bobsled realm, and the 2 men, Josh and Frank, finished 4th, which is I believe one of the highest finishes for men's 2-man in a long time. Then of course Alana and Kaylee finishing up with a gold and bronze medal a couple days ago. So bobsled's really looking strong.
We love that. Go USA. Elliot, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Go USA.
Yeah. All right. Bye. Okay, Elliot, our main man. We are so happy that he is able to join us all the time and tell us about the experience out there. It looks like so much fun, absolutely beautiful in Italy. So glad that he is having a good time, and athletes are also having a great time as well. And USA, hey, doing great. So keep up the good work. Okay, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to WCNC Plus. You're watching live Impact News. Lots happening today, especially in Washington, D.C. We are going to head over to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He's holding his weekly press conference. And then we're also going to wait for the press secretary of the president, because she is going to be talking in a little bit too. So we'll watch that for you and take you there when that does happen.
It is our view that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. That's not what's happening right now in the United States of America. And that's why ICE needs to be reformed in a dramatic, bold, meaningful, and transformational manner. And if that doesn't happen, the DHS funding bill will not move forward. Questions?
You met with Maryland State delegation earlier today. Is there any outcome on redistricting? Has the Senate president changed his mind on potentially allowing a vote, and would it be possible to do that before Tuesday's primary filing?
I had a wonderful meeting with Governor Wes Moore, with Speaker Pena Melnick, and with the Democrats in the Maryland House of Delegates to thank them for their leadership and for their courage in advancing a competitive congressional map. I also had the opportunity to sit with Senate President Ferguson. He articulated his perspective. I articulated our perspective. And it's our view, and I believe this is the view that has been clearly and decisively shared by Governor Wes Moore, that the best course of action at this moment is to allow an up or down vote in the Maryland State Senate so that we have an opportunity to move forward in a transparent way and see where things will land.
Did Ferguson agree to that, holding a vote?
It's my understanding that he's going to have a conversation with his members, and we'll see what happens from there.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Can you just kind of level set on where negotiations stand between Democrats and the White House? I know they said both parties are still far apart. You all have said Republicans are largely ignoring some of the guardrails that you proposed. I mean, at this point, are the lines of communication still open? Are you expecting them to put up another offer? Are Democrats going to?
This is day 5 of the Trump Republican shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, meaning they've chosen to shut down the Coast Guard, shut down FEMA, and shut down TSA rather than dramatically reform ICE. Donald Trump spent the weekend on the golf course with Ron DeSantis. And so we've not seen any high-level effort coming from the president or from the House or Senate Republican leaders. We have no idea where they're at in the midst of a crisis of their own making. The Republicans are the ones who decided to pass this one big ugly bill, rip health care away from millions of Americans, enact the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, at the same time steal food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans by passing a $186 billion cut to SNAP, which also happens to be the largest cut in American history, and then turned around in that same bill and gave ICE a $75 billion slush fund. So mass and untrained agents could be violently unleashed in American communities throughout the country. That's a big problem that we're confronting on behalf of the American people. And Republicans are going to need to own up to the chaos that they've created, particularly as we approach the State of the Union, which is in tatters right now. It's a disaster, and the American people know it. Now, I'm here at the Capitol, ready, willing, and able to sit down with any of my Republican colleagues, anytime or any place, in order to bring about a resolution. But House and Senate Democrats remain steadfast in our views as to the type of things that have to happen. in order for ICE to be dramatically reformed, which include mandating judicial warrants before ICE agents can storm private property or rip everyday Americans or law-abiding immigrant families from their homes. We believe that there should be a restoration of the prohibition against the excessive use of force. We believe there should be independent investigations so that when ICE or CBP agents violently break the law, state and local authorities have the ability to criminally investigate them or prosecute them. We also believe that sensitive locations should be off limits. That includes, but is not limited to, schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and polling sites. Completely and totally off limits. We believe that ICE agents should identify themselves, that body cameras need to go on and masks need to come off, so that ICE agents are actually compelled to conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country. These are all demands that have strong support with the American people. And they remain lines in the sand for us because we're standing up.
We will continue to watch this. But for right now, we're going to head over to South Carolina, where South Carolina health officials are giving an update on the rising cases of measles. So let's take a listen in.
In terms of like, did it start within a family? Did it spread family to, like among family members? And then how much of that resulted in transmission in schools? Do we have a good sense of that at this point?
So I apologize. The beginning of your question I did not hear. I think you said that the majority of cases are among children. Is that right? And you want to know about the transmission chains? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear all of your questions.
Yes, correct. That is correct. Like the vast majority of transmission chains, like within families and within schools. Was it like siblings within a family and then, spread through schools? Like, can we talk about that?
Yes, we don't know the original source of the outbreak. I think I heard that part, but a major contributor to spread has been household transmission. We have identified cases in schools, but we have not seen ongoing transmission in school settings because of compliance with the exclusion requirements for those who are susceptible, and selected other community settings like transmission where we know that exposures had occurred in some church settings. However, one of the major transmission modes has been within household settings.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. I don't see any other hands, so it looks like Maria has another question.
Hi, Dr. Bell. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. So we have seen cases in schools, but they're not ongoing chains, but was there some transmission in schools because there were exposures in schools?
Exposures occurred in schools. We have not identified ongoing transmission within school settings from student to student as a significant contributor. We have seen repeated introductions of cases in school settings. One of the major contributors to transmission has been within households.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And since nobody else is raised, can I ask another question? It's just, you said you're seeing hopeful signs with a decreased number of new cases reported daily. Is it too soon at this point to say trajectory is finally slowing down?
We are seeing a slowing, but it is too soon for us to say when this will end. The concern is that we can see ongoing smoldering transmission that can be introduced into other communities. The measles virus can find susceptible people wherever, it doesn't observe county boundaries or anything of the kind. So the concern is that the outbreak may be slowing, but we have a significant gap in vaccination coverage to get up to the population protection that we need. And so the risk of ongoing transmission for an unknown period of time is still there.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And we've got a few other hands raised now. So Julie.
Yeah, Dr. Bell, thanks for taking my question. This is Julie Steenhuisen at Reuters. So the question question I have is, and during your last call last week, you were talking about 2 other counties within the state that also had cases where you couldn't trace the chain of transmission. Are you seeing onward transmission from those cases, or are you looking at potential exposures in other counties, linked to this outbreak that would suggest onward spread? Thanks.
We have not seen ongoing transmission from the cases identified in those other counties outside the Spartanburg area.
Thanks, Dr. Bell. And Tom?
Hey, Dr. Bell, Tom Corroden, Post and Courier. You mentioned an increased uptake, and I think we've seen that in the numbers you have from January. You also are doing the mobile units again, and I'm wondering if you are, maybe it's just even anecdotally, are seeing greater response to those mobile units.
We still have not seen a significant number of doses administered in any of our mobile health clinics. And so most of the uptake is through providers' offices, pharmacy chains, clinics, and unfortunately, that opportunity to bring those services into the community to people has not been, we have not seen the increase in doses administered in those units as we had hoped.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Danielle?
Hi, Dr. Bill. Danielle with WYFF4 in Greenville, South Carolina. Thank you for taking my question. We have some concerns from viewers here, so hopefully you can add some clarification. We have some residents, they say they've had the vaccine 1957, 1958, 59, early on, and they got tested and found out that they were not immune to measles when they thought that they were. What do you recommend for them? And also, what's your message to those who may have gotten the vaccine early on in those 57, 58, 59, 1960 years?
I don't have the exact window of time when the vaccine that did not stimulate as strong as immune response as the currently available vaccine, that exact window. But what I would recommend is that rather than people getting tested, that they can go ahead and get vaccinated again if they received a vaccine in that late 1950s, early 1960s timeframe, and they have any question and they don't have records to document what type of vaccine they received. There's no harm in getting another vaccine that will very likely, if they've been previously vaccinated, stimulate a stronger immune response.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And Danielle, just as a follow-up, I'm happy to provide you with our recommendations. I know Jane reached out earlier this morning, and I should have a response over to y'all pretty soon. And the next question is from Allison.
Hi, Dr. Bell. In some of your past briefings, you've talked about some of the challenges with exposures in healthcare facilities and providers. What's the current state of how well the healthcare community is being able to manage the outbreak and exposures at this point?
Well, we have seen some of our healthcare systems who have followed the recommendations from DPH that for people who are presenting with respiratory illness signs and symptoms, that they place a mask on those people, that they also remove them from waiting areas where they could potentially expose others and put them in an isolated area for evaluation. Those are measures that can prevent the exposures that we've seen in healthcare settings, and we're pleased to see that some of our healthcare systems have already reported that they are adopting those measures.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And real quick, I'm going to read a question from the chat from Deidre McPhillips from CNN. She said, has South Carolina been pulled into any additional investigation or analysis with the Pan American Health Organization or CDC to make determinations about transmission patterns that could affect elimination status?
We have not been pulled into any joint investigations with the Pan American Health Organization. We continue to work with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention with the submission of our clinical specimens to be genotyped, and with reporting our surveillance data so that we can have full information that they report nationwide as to potential sites of exposure in other locations. And so we work on an ongoing basis with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's measles response team.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And Baker?
Hey, it's Baker Maltsby with the Spartanburg Herald Journal. I don't know how many, maybe y'all will be able to provide information on how many more vaccinations have taken place, in the last 5 or 6 weeks. But based on earlier school data, there's still quite a few unvaccinated children in Spartanburg County. And far more unvaccinated kids than there have been cases. And so I guess what I'm wondering is how susceptible are people still, or how much of a concern is that? And then also, are the distribution of unvaccinated young people, are they kind of spread throughout the community, or do they seem to be clustered in groups, where there may be potential group exposures? Like, are they clustered in churches, certain schools, certain communities, in ways that might accelerate transmission again if, under certain conditions?
We remain concerned about anyone who's susceptible by either not having had the MMR vaccine or immunity from natural infection. We don't have information about where specific people who are susceptible are located, whether they're clustered or whatnot. We have population level coverage at the county level. We know what the vaccination coverage is in schools at the beginning of the school year from our 45-day school report. We do not update the 45-day school report on a regular basis, but as you're aware, we're continuing to monitor the uptake in vaccination coverage for the population as a whole in Spartanburg County, in the upstate, and for the state, month by month compared to the same period in the previous year. So that's the kind of data that we're monitoring to see how much progress we're making in improving vaccination coverage. We don't know exactly where the susceptible people are, and that's why we continue to message, if you don't know what your vaccination status is, please consult with a healthcare provider. Then we recommend that everybody be up to date with their MMR vaccination.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And it looks like we've got another question from Allison at HealthBeat.
Following up on the question about PAHO and CDC, is there any update you can share on some of the advanced genomic testing that is being done at CDC on the South Carolina cases, and anything that might be pointing any clues as to where or how the virus may have entered the state of South Carolina?
We won't be able to find out from genotyping how the virus entered the state of South Carolina. We are unlikely to ever learn how the virus was introduced into South Carolina. What we know from the genotyping is that the pattern that they're seeing is the predominant pattern, the genotype that is circulating nationwide. Additional genotyping will be performed to sort of drill down a little bit at some subtyping. That information is not available yet, but it is only with the epidemiologic investigations where we interview cases to find out where they've been, where they may have been exposed based on our knowledge of known measles cases. So that's where we get the information of chains of transmission, potential sources of exposure. The genotyping is really a delayed, after the fact assessment of what's going on in a population as a whole, as compared to strains circulating in other parts of the world and other parts of the country. In South Carolina, the strains have not shown any difference from the predominant strain in the United States.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. Julie?
You touched on this, but I'd like to sort of clarify. So I'm an epidemiologist. Today I was reading characterized the outbreak in South Carolina as slowing. Would you agree with that assessment? Is it slowing or is that too optimistic? Thank you.
It does look like it's slowing because the number of cases that we're seeing reported daily as compared to previous periods, particularly the surge, that huge surge that we saw after the holidays, the number of cases being reported daily now is much lower, and that indicates a slowing. We are not out of the woods, though, and I don't want that to give people a sense of false security that this is over. We are likely to see ongoing transmission based on the people who remain in quarantine, who may incubate out, and we would not declare this outbreak over until 42 days, 2 incubation periods after the last case that we identify in South Carolina. And so we can anticipate that that will be for many more weeks at least.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And I don't see any more hands up. I'll give folks a second or two to raise their hands if they have another question. And I don't see any new ones in the chat either.
That was South Carolina right there giving us an update on measles cases. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We are going to some breaking news right now in Lancaster. Lancaster High School, they did say on their Facebook page that today multiple fights have occurred at separate times throughout the day and have created a disruptive environment. So they're advising parents that the students are safe, and administrators and law enforcement are working to address the situation and provide additional guidance and support. So in addition, extra district official personnel are on site to assist with supervision and maintaining a safe learning environment. So several fights we do know about at that high school. We will continue to track this story and figure out more details on that as they do become available. But for now, we're going to head to Georgia because the case against Colin Gray is back on, and that is about the father who allegedly gave his son provided his son guns, and his son allegedly killed 2 students and 2 teachers in Georgia, at a Georgia high school there. We've heard several testimonies. Some juveniles have been testifying on stand. If they do go on stand again, we will move from that video because we do not show that here on Live Impact News. So let's take a listen in.
Or with her adding that. If the one whiteboard is different, if there are 2 different classrooms or 2 different whiteboards, I don't have an objection. My understanding is 2 different whiteboards.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if they are, then I will withdraw that. All right, thank you.
The next 2 judges show bullet defects outside of a bathroom. They are similar pictures. One is closer than the other. The one that's further zoomed out shows the bullet defects in their totality. As we get closer, we want to be able to show the jury the kind of damage that this weapon was doing as he was firing it. Those are defects that were caused around the time that he was firing at Mason. I think it's important to be able to show the jury what this specific firearm with these specific bullets was doing at that time. It's hard to tell in the zoomed out picture. When you provide the more zoomed in picture, you're able to see that more clearly. And again, the more zoomed out one provides orientation for the more zoomed in one as well.
You know, honestly, there's nothing that would prevent the state in 11157 with more zoomed out from publishing it, and then as we do on a phone, zooming in and showing. It's the same effect as if they just did 58 separately.
And we have technical limitations that may prevent us from being able to do that versus just showing 2 exhibits that I would argue are not prejudicial in any way. They're just photos of the evidence.
All right. Come back to those. What else?
Next he has, okay, that was, I'm sorry, Judge, was that 57 and 58, correct? Okay, thank you. Next is 111.81 and 111.83.
I'll withdraw that one, Judge. I think one is a close-up, but you can't really see it that well, so we'll withdraw our objection on that. All right, thank you.
Next we have, I believe it's 84 and 94.
Those are as the appropriate value.
Judge 111.84 does show a defect. It is small, but again, it's orienting for the jury. It's above the poster board there. That's a hallway we have very few pictures of because I believe that's the only bullet defect on that wall.
All right, looks like White House briefing is starting. So we're going to go to the White House right now with Caroline Leavitt and see what they are talking about today in the press conference there.
room of the White House. I know many of you will attend, and we will see you up there. Tomorrow, President Trump will host a Board of Peace meeting at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, where he will announce that member states have pledged more than $5 billion towards the Gaza humanitarian and reconstruction efforts, and have also committed thousands of personnel to the International Stabilization Force and local police to maintain security and peace for Gazans. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will travel to the great state of Georgia, where he will visit 2 local businesses and give a speech on his efforts to make life affordable for working people. On Friday, President Trump will host a working breakfast with governors in the East Room here at the White House. And on Saturday night, President Trump and the First Lady will host the annual Governor's Dinner. Next, I'd like to provide an update on the economy. We're seeing promising signs every day that 2026 is going to be a record successful year for the American people, just as President Trump promised them. The January jobs report shattered expectations, highlighting how the president's pro-growth economic agenda is fueling American prosperity. The economy added 172,000 new private sector jobs to kick off the year. That's more than 2.5 times economists' predictions. The labor force participation rate went up while the unemployment rate fell. The prime age labor force participation rate is now at its highest since 2001. Most importantly, 100% of all job creation under President Trump continues to be in the private sector. This is truly remarkable. That's 615,000 private sector jobs that have been added in President Trump's second term thus far. These are real working people. These are real American families who will be living out their American dream. Meanwhile, federal government employment has shrunk to its lowest level since 1966, saving taxpayers $29 billion annually. And all of the net job growth under President Trump has gone to native-born Americans, ending the disgraceful pattern under Joe Biden of job gains going to non-citizens and illegal aliens. Additionally, on inflation, the new CPI report is even more proof of the progress made by President Trump. Despite all of the doom casting from the so-called experts, the president has managed to utilize powerful tariffs to secure trillions of dollars in investments into our country and rebalance our trade deals while simultaneously cooling inflation. Year-over-year inflation fell to 2.4% in January, beating expectations again and marking the lowest level since May. Core inflation, the best measure of inflation, dropped to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. Meanwhile, real average hourly earnings for all private sector workers rose in the month of January, which means more money is going back directly into people's pockets. After only 1 year of President Trump back in office, real earnings for all private sector workers have outpaced inflation by nearly $1,400, earning back roughly half of the $2,900 they lost under Joe Biden when 40-year high inflation was stealing Americans' purchasing power. President Trump's policies are and will continue to allow Americans' incomes to go further for bills, retirement, and achieving the American dream. A key part of the American dream is buying a home. And that is finally becoming more affordable under this president. This past week, it was announced the annual mortgage cost for a new home has fallen by $4,000 so far under President Trump, after rising by roughly $15,000 under Joe Biden. As a result, mortgage affordability has reached a 4-year best following recent bold action by the president to make home ownership more attainable for American families, not large Wall Street corporate institutional investors. At the same time, national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low and have declined for 6 consecutive months. The annual rental cost for a new rental unit has fallen nearly $100 so far under President Trump, after rising more than $3,000 under Joe Biden. And many are crediting that to the president's deportation efforts to remove illegal aliens from our communities and therefore from housing that should be used for American citizens. At the grocery store, the price of eggs, dairy, cheese, fresh fruit, apples, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, and butter have fallen since President Trump took office, and he is continuing to fight for even lower prices at the grocery store for the American consumer. At the gas pump, fuel prices are down by almost 10% over the past year. The average national price for a gallon of regular gas is now less than $3 and is approaching $2.70 in some states, and much lower than that in many states across the country as well. We've seen in several states gas is under $2 a gallon. And at the pharmacy, prescription drug prices are down over the past year, with even more price relief ahead for American patients, thanks to President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing deals and the great health care plan, which he is calling on Congress to pass.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that White House briefing there. But right now we're going to York, where our Anna King is there live. She has talked to some 4 Mill schools, and actually the 4 Mill School District, to talk about how they're teaming up with local farmers to provide some really good food for their students. So, Anna, what's this partnership all about?
Yes, this is a very, very exciting initiative. I spoke with district leaders earlier today. Now, the initiative or the program is called Certified SC Cafeteria. So basically, district leaders told me that the program, the cool thing about the program is that schools will be reimbursed for buying South Carolina grown fruits, vegetables, grains, honey, and there are basically incentives to shop local, which is the big thing we hear all of the time. And so it's a state initiative. And so that's the cool thing that, and a lot of local farmers will benefit from this initiative. And so I'm hoping to speak to some farmers here later on today, but the school district seems very excited and very, they told me they've already kicked things off. They started early spring when the students got back from the snow. So yeah, everyone here seems excited to get the ball rolling here.
Now, I know you're talking about oats and honey and stuff like that. Is there anything else like vegetables or meat that they're going to also provide?
Yes. So it's just fruits, vegetables. So anything you can really think of. And the best part is they also provide, on top of the nutritional value, they also provide nutritional facts and just allow the students to learn about what's grown here and what they can get here and the benefits of eating healthy. And so it's really it's a good thing all around, it seems like. And so I hope when I speak to some farmers, they can kind of paint the picture on just how this will impact them financially and just what they hope comes from this new initiative.
Awesome. Yeah, that's very exciting. Shopping local too, keeping it all right here, and healthy food, something that we love. Anna, thank you so much for doing this for us, and we'll catch your story later on tonight.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to take a break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. We are still tracking that White House briefing for you, so we'll have more details on that when we come back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. A beautiful Wednesday, some cloud coverage, but right now it's going to be about 68 degrees. That's our highs today, so awesome. We're going to check in with our weather a little bit later, but we're going to go back to the White House right now, where reporters are asking questions to the press secretary there. So let's take a listen in.
Always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people, and that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
And on the flip side of that, he's got the State of the Union speech next week. If he is going to take military action, does the administration believe it's important to sort of convince the American people, sell the American people? Will we hear something about that in the State of the Union to make the case for why something like that might be necessary to risk American lives?
Look, again, I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical. Good try, Garrett, but you can't catch me there. I will say, with respect to the State of the Union, you'll be hearing more about what is to come from the President's speech very soon at the appropriate time. It is going to be a very good and powerful speech, so everyone should tune in. Ed.
Caroline, thank you. I got two questions for
Sure.
you. About Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the administration's decided to appeal a judge's ruling that in essence was trying to put the slavery displays back, arguing that the federal government believed it had the power to disassemble and disassemble historical truths when it has some domain over historical facts. The judge said it does not. The administration said that you were planning to put up updated interpretive materials and provide a fuller account of the history of slavery at Independence Hall. What more was the administration, or is the administration, planning to add?
I'm not familiar with this specific instance, Ed, to be honest with you, but I will check in with the appropriate people who are overseeing this, and we'll get you a more firm answer.
One other question then. Yesterday in his statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right? No. I will pull you plethora of examples. I'm going to get my team in that room to start going through the internet of radical Democrats throughout the years, Ed, who have accused this president falsely of being a racist. And I'm sure there's many people in this room and on network television across the country who have accused him of the same. In fact, I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the president very much looks forward to having an event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month and to talk about how his policies are advancing opportunity and prosperity for all Americans through record tax cuts, through the Trump accounts that all Americans can access regardless of race. These are a great thing for the next generation of Americans. The president has also awarded hundreds of millions of dollars in additional funding to strengthen educational outcomes at historically Black colleges and universities across the country. Again, the president is protecting the hard-earned benefits of the 2.4 million Black veterans who honorably served in our nation's armed forces by reducing the backlog of veterans waiting for their VA benefits and for their home loans through the Department of Veterans Affairs. So there is a lot this president has done for all Americans regardless of race, and he has absolutely been falsely called and smeared as a racist, and I'm happy to provide you those receipts, and we gladly will right after this briefing. Jennifer, go ahead.
You mentioned the $5 billion in pledges for the Board of Peace. Will we be able to get a breakdown of which countries are providing each of those pledges?
Yes.
And which countries are providing troops?
Sure. We're happy to provide that breakdown, and I'm also happy to provide the list of countries that will be attending tomorrow. I know it's more than 20 countries. I know there's a lot of interest in that. I'll spare myself reading you the list of 20 countries from the podium, but we will provide it, and the president will be opening the meeting tomorrow with remarks, and will sort of formally be chairing the meeting at the beginning before he departs for Georgia tomorrow.
And then on the sewage spill, the sewage pipe that broke on the Potomac, can you give us an update on the federal government's response? And officials have told CBS that some of that aging infrastructure is a concern, that this particular pipe wasn't even of the most urgent concern. Do you know if the government is looking into which other pipes could be at risk of collapsing?
Well, the next step in this process is for any of the three local jurisdictions involved, whether that's the Commonwealth of Virginia, the state of Maryland and Governor Moore, or the District of Columbia, to step forward and to ask the federal government for help and to ask for the Stafford Act to be implemented here so that the federal government can go and take control of this local infrastructure that has been abandoned and neglected by Governor Moore in Maryland for far too long. In fact, it's no secret that Maryland Maryland's water and infrastructure have been in dire need of repair. Their infrastructure has received a nearly failing grade in the 2025 report card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the same grade they've received 5 years earlier. There has been no improvement under the leadership of Governor Moore. He's clearly shown he's incapable of fixing this problem, which is why President Trump and the federal government are standing by to step in. And for all of the environmentalists in the room and across the District of Columbia, let's all hope and pray that this governor does the right thing and ask President Trump to get involved, because it will be an ecological and environmental disaster if the federal government does not step in to help. But of course, we need the state and local jurisdictions to make that formal request. That's part of the legal process to move forward. Peter.
So you said that any of the three Democrats just need to ask. A few minutes ago, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore asked. He said, if the president wants me to ask nicely, our response is this: please, Mr. President, do your job.
To which I say, I'll ask the president and we will provide you with the next steps. But in all seriousness, the federal government has been preparing plans. The White House has been in contact with FEMA, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, we've been standing by. This is a problem we want to fix, not just for the federal government, but for everyone who lives in the District of Columbia, including all of you. So you're welcome.
To your point about that, there are a lot of events coming up for America 250. The president wants people from all over to come to the nation's capital. Is he worried that by the summer, the Potomac River will still smell like poop?
He is worried about that, which is why the federal government wants to fix it, and we hope that the local authorities will cooperate with us in doing so. Steve.
So what will the $5 billion be used for in Board of Peace, and will that be sort of a down payment for much more money?
You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow at the meeting. If you recall, at the first meeting when we were in Davos, Jared Kushner did provide a very detailed PowerPoint presentation for the vision of Gaza, the reconstruction and the humanitarian efforts, of course, providing local security on the ground. That will be part of the discussion tomorrow, is how can we maintain security? First, you must achieve security to get to prosperity, which is sort of the second part of this plan. So you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow, but I would just point out $5 billion worth of investment. We're talking about reconstructing Gaza. I remember when those words came from the president's lips in the East Room many months ago, and all of you in the press were bewildered at how the president could have such an ambitious goal of rebuilding Gaza, which is obviously a place that has been just turmoiled by violence and chaos for many, many years. But we are well underway in doing that, and it's a historic accomplishment for this president.
Secondly, is the president seeing enough progress in the Iran talks to let negotiations go a little further? I mean, where do things stand after yesterday's talks?
I think you heard from the administration and the State Department yesterday that there was a little bit of progress made, but we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the Iranians are expected to come back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks, and so the president will continue to watch how this plays out. Sure.
Follow up on that. Thank you, Caroline. On these Iran talks, I mean, how much time is the president willing to give it before he is seriously maybe considering military action? Is he willing to give it that full 2 weeks? And has he given the Iranian officials a deadline on when he wants to see a deal?
It's a fair question, Rachel, but I'm not going to set deadlines on behalf of the president of the United States from up
And then just one more on the shutdown. We're now in this partial shutdown over DHS funding. Has the president personally spoken to the Democratic leaders in Congress? Can we expect to see them at the White House to try to make a deal on this?
Not to my knowledge. He hasn't had any direct conversation or correspondence with Democrat lawmakers recently. It doesn't mean he's not willing to. I'm just not aware of any conversations that have taken place. I do know the White House and the president's representatives have been in direct conversations with both Democrats and Republicans, but of course, Democrats are the reason that the Department of Homeland Security is currently shut down. They have chosen to act against the American people for political reasons, and now we have FEMA workers, the men and women of the United States Coast Guard, men and women of TSA who keep our airports moving, who will be working without paychecks for no good reason other than the Democrats wanting to pick a fight with Donald Trump. And the president thinks that is irresponsible and despicable. He wants the government to be open. We've been engaged in good faith negotiations with the Democrats. Last night they sent over a counter proposal that frankly was very unserious, and we hope they get serious very soon because Americans are going to be impacted by this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has talked about a forthcoming executive order on voter ID. Is there more details you can provide about for that? And Can you talk about any steps that you're taking to overcome core challenges that you've kind of faced in this area before on voting?
Well, as the president said in that Truth Social post, he's discussing and exploring legal options for a potential executive order with respect to voter ID, but this is something he's made very clear he wants Congress to get done. The Save America Act is a common sense piece of legislation that has now passed the House of Representatives to ensure that voter ID is a requirement in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy that nearly 90% of the country agrees with. You need an ID to go and purchase alcohol. You need an ID to go to the library and check out a book. And so the president thinks you should have an ID to vote in our nation's elections. And I know the vast majority of Americans agree with him on that. And he wants Congress to move quickly to get it done.
Thank you so much. Can I ask on Cuba something?
Sure.
On Cuba, it's increasingly being described as a humanitarian crisis. What is a successful outcome for the U.S. that the U.S. wants to see in Cuba? Is there anything less than regime change that would be considered success?
I think, as Secretary Rubio has articulated and the president himself, we obviously want to see flourishing and prosperous democracies all over the world, especially in our own hemisphere. I'm not dictating any actions the United States may take to get there, but of course that's in the United States' best interest to have Cuba be a truly free and prosperous democracy. Unfortunately, right now, that is not the case. They are a regime that is falling. Their country is collapsing, and that's why we believe it's in their best interest to make very dramatic changes very soon, and we'll see what they decide to do. Sure.
Thank you so much. Following up on Gaza, this $5 billion, who exactly would be in charge of managing this money? Would that be the president himself making the final decisions on how these funds are spent?
It will be the Board of Peace, which the president is, of course, the chairman of, but all of the member parties, I believe, will have votes on the funding, and then, of course, there is that technocratic layer underneath the official Board of Peace with the member countries that will be making decisions as well. So if you just go back and look at the first event that we had where we sort of unveiled the structure of the Board of Peace, that structure remains in place, and they'll be overseeing the funds that will be announced tomorrow for their reconstruction and humanitarian efforts. Sure.
Another question on that Board of Peace announcement. You mentioned there will be the announcement of who comprises that International Stability Force. How soon will that force be deployed? And have all of the regional partners, all of the regional countries signed off on the makeup of that force?
I don't have a timeline for you today, but again, I'm sure you'll hear more about this tomorrow. So you'll join us at the event. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions. Sure. First, the president has talked a lot about housing affordability, and several countries that are facing housing shortages, including Canada, for example, have imposed a ban on non-citizens, like foreigners, from buying their houses. Do you know if that's a strategy that the president would be willing to deploy?
Well, first of all, the president is obviously committed to deporting illegal aliens from our country and those who are not lawfully present in the United States, which he has done at a record pace, which has led to the falling of rents, as I pointed out in my opening remarks. Secondly, the president has recently announced that he is fighting for a ban on institutional investors and Wall Street billionaire corporations from buying up single-family homes that should be lived in his opinion, by American families. We know this is going to have a remarkable impact on the housing market and on prices and supply and demand for the American consumer and the American family. And then thirdly, the president is also expediting permitting as fast as we possibly can to build more homes, to increase supply, to obviously bring down the cost of home ownership and purchasing homes for the American people. And then also, as I mentioned as well, we do see mortgage rates falling. So all of this is combining to make housing more affordable in this country. There's still a lot more to do. The president is still digging his way out of the mess that was created by Joe Biden's administration in jacking up mortgage rates and jacking up housing costs. But we do see very positive trends in this direction. And the president wants the United States to be a nation of owners, not renters. He wants families to live in homes, not institutions and big corporations. Michael.
On Ukraine, Caroline. Secondly, on Ukraine,
Sure.
Yesterday Zelensky said in an interview that he says that it's not fair that the president is saying that Ukraine has to make concessions. He's saying this publicly, and not Russia. Has the president seen these comments? And when the president says that Ukraine has to make concessions, is he referring to giving up Donbass?
I think the president would respond to that by saying he does not think it's fair that thousands of Ukrainians are losing their lives, and Russians too, in this deadly war. And that's why the president and his team have committed a tremendous amount of time and energy in bringing this war that is very far away from the United States of America, but nevertheless, this is a president of peace. And so he's committed a tremendous amount of time and energy to bringing this war to an end. Just yesterday, there was another round of trilateral talks between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. There was meaningful progress made in both parties. Both sides agreed to update their respective leaders and to continue to work towards a peace deal together. So there will be another round of talks in the future, but I think the president views this entire situation as very unfair, not just for Russians and Ukrainians who have lost their lives, but also for the American people and the American taxpayer who were footing the bill for this war effort before President Trump put a stop to it. And I would just remind everyone around the world that the United States is still selling weapons to NATO that are then being sent to Ukraine in their defense of their freedom in their borders. Michael.
Caroline, Russia is reportedly joining Iran for joint naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman this week. Has the president issued any kind of warning to Russia or even China not to involve itself if the U.S. decides to strike Iran?
Not to my knowledge, no, or not that I would dictate from this podium. I wouldn't reveal the president's private conversations with world leaders. With respect to that, again, when it comes to Iran, the president has a decision to make, and he will do that, and I'm not going to broadcast what that decision may be ahead of him.
President Barack Obama, Caroline, was recently asked if aliens are real. He says they're real, but he hasn't seen them. The president's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, told Miranda Devine of the New York Post that the president has a prepared speech on this issue that he prepares to deliver at the right time. Is that true? And does the Trump administration believe aliens are real?
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team. And that would be of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure all of you in this room, and apparently former President Obama, too. So we'll keep you posted on that. Tyler.
The White House has touted an unprecedented amount of cooperation with counties in Minneapolis after the negotiations with Tom Homan. Are those written or verbal deals with the sheriff? How many have agreed to cooperate on immigration enforcement who previously refused to do so?
Yeah, the last time I spoke with Mr. Homan, which was just a few days ago, he assured us that nearly every single county in the state of Minnesota has agreed to notify ICE when they are releasing criminal illegal aliens from their jails. This is an unprecedented level of cooperation that we have not seen. It has led to not only cooperation to detain illegal aliens in Minnesota, which just this past week I have looked at the list. They've detained some very heinous people who none of you would want living in your communities, but has also led to a much more calm situation on the ground. We've also seen, and you've seen this with your own eyes play out, the local police and the state police have now cooperated in the arrests of left-wing agitators and criminals who are unlawfully obstructing immigration enforcement in their efforts. So this is a huge win, and again, the president sent Mr. Homan to Minnesota to do a job, and he has done it well, and I think the situation on the ground proves that.
Are those like written agreements that they've been signed by various officials in the state?
These are agreements that have been made by state and local officials in the federal government, and we are seeing that cooperation play out every single day. These counties are notifying ICE when they are releasing criminal illegals from their jail, and we do know that they are arresting left-wing agitators who are unlawfully impeding law enforcement. There's video to show that. Show it yourself. You can view it with your own eyes. John.
Thank you, Caroline. You mentioned two things: DHS closed and the SAVE Act IDs. Both of these could get solved in 15 minutes if Senate Leader John Thune simply got rid of this phony 60-vote cloture rule and got 51 votes, and that would be the end of it, because everyone in this room knows if the Democrats take over, they'll get rid of that rule in 90 minutes. They already tried it one time, and the two Democratic senators that stopped it are no longer there, Manchin and Sinema. President Trump is backing a lot of these senators for re-election, and yet they will not get rid of the 60-vote cloture rule, which is holding everything up. What is the president's position on John Thune in the Senate finally getting rid of this so this legislation can get moved?
Well, the president has a good relationship with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. They keep in very close contact and they work together all of the time. I hear your passion in your voice, and I know it's shared by many Americans across the country, including the president himself. He wants to see the SAVE Act voted, and he's expressed that both publicly to all of you, the American people, but also privately in his conversations with Senate Majority Leader Thune and many other members of Congress as well. Yes. Right.
All right, we're hearing from the press secretary there in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. In just a little bit, we're going to hear from California officials talking about the 9 skiers that went missing after that avalanche near California. So we are going to listen to that in a bit. You can see it right there on your bottom screen. But let's head back to Washington, D.C., where there is a press briefing right now.
Partisan praise. I think I recall seeing the editorial board of the Washington Post, of all places, even commending the president and Administrator Zeldin for this historic action last week. So there's no doubt it is going to save the American consumer money, and I'd be happy to provide that specific economic analysis to you. Sure, in the middle, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Moore in Maryland signed a bill that is ending the law enforcement cooperation with ICE. And by doing that, a lot of local sheriffs are not happy, and in fact, they met today in Annapolis to come up with either legal action. What is the message of the White House to those sheriffs and to the residents of Maryland?
Well, first of all, it's another despicable action by Governor Wes Moore. Why would you prevent your state and local law enforcement from cooperating with federal law enforcement? If you just ask them, to your point, if you ask a sheriff across the country if they want to have that level of cooperation and coordination with the federal government, of course they do. It makes their jobs easier. It keeps them out of hostile and dangerous environments. It allows them to detain illegal alien criminals who have committed heinous crimes in our country with the most safe circumstances possible. So the president, of course, continues to always stand on the side of law enforcement, and this is another just horrible and frankly political action taken by Governor Wes Moore, and unfortunately the people of his state are going to reap the consequences of it. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump just said on Truth Social that it would be a big mistake for the UK to hand over control of Chagos Islands to Mauritius. But the State Department earlier this week has said the U.S. does support that handover. So does this post now suggest that the U.S. does not, or that President Trump had changed his mind on this?
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest of the world. Carrie, go ahead.
There's been a series of walkouts from public school students that have been sort of provoked by a number of public school administrators. What are your thoughts on this? What's the administration's thoughts on this? Will they be taking any actions on these walkouts against ICE?
Look, I think obviously the president and the administration support the First Amendment rights of all American citizens, and if they're peacefully...
All right, we're going to send it to California, where 6 skiers were rescued, but 9 remain missing after an avalanche on Tuesday right near Lake Tahoe. So let's take a listen into what officials have to say.
Been a part of in the last several years. Again, my name is Shannon Moon, Shannanmoon, and I am the sheriff of Nevada County. It's important to know this is an ongoing incident, and some facts do change. So this is the information that we have at the time. A clear example of that is just as we were going through our investigation last night, knowing some of the numbers have changed on who we've been looking for. So at 11:30 yesterday on February 17th, our dispatch center, we have a regional dispatch center here in Nevada County, received a 911 call reporting of the avalanche in the Castle Peak area of Nevada County. Castle Peak is north of Interstate 80, right there at the Donner Summit, heading into Truckee. It's a very remote, rugged area on the north side of the highway there. It is not a groomed area or a ski resort area. This is a backcountry area, rugged terrain, where we have a lot of recreationists in the summer hiking, and in the winter, clearly the over snow skiing and such. It's very close to the Pacific Crest Trail, and it is in the Tahoe National Forest. It was initially reported that 16 individuals were on a guided trip by Blackbird Mountain Guides out of Truckee. There were 4 guides and initially reported as 12 guests. This information was later updated after we got on scene. We were working with Blackbird Mountain Guides the entire time. They provided us with their manifest for their trip. Initially, that trip had 12 clients signed up for that trip. Once we got on scene, we were told and confirmed that only 11 went on that trip. One person, last minute, decided to back out of that trip. So this was a part of a 3-day trip from Blackbird Mountain Guides to the Frog Lake Huts, which is right in that area of Castle Peak. They have been, and yesterday was their 3rd day that they were returning, coming out of the backcountry, coming back to the trailhead when the avalanche occurred. The Sheriff's Office, along with Truckee Fire, immediately started coordinating a response to get into the area, and we requested mutual aid from both our friends to the east, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and the Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue Team. We also requested assistance from our friends farther to the east in the state of Nevada, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the Washoe County Search and Rescue Team. That was all coordinated through our mutual aid system in California, which is the California Office of Emergency Services. Highly skilled rescue teams departed yesterday from both our Boreal Mountain Ski Resort, which is on the south side of the highway right there at the trailhead, and at the Tahoe Donner Alder Creek Adventure Center, which is in Tahoe Donner. So we had 2 different teams deploying, roughly 50 skilled folks deploying into the scene, both from the south side and from the north side, trying to come in to this area. Extreme weather conditions, I would say, is an understatement. Lots of snow, gale force winds, winds making it impossible to see. So it was very much a slow and steady pace, going with snowcats, skiers, going up into the area, which is still considered a very high danger for avalanche. So our tracked mobile equipment, number one, getting them to the scene on Highway 80, which was closed, lots of snow on the roadway. Took us a while to get our equipment into the location before we could deploy into the backcountry. And then once we decided to put the teams out there, again, with lots of safety plans, I can't stress that enough, making sure that our responders and our volunteers and our staff were safe in getting to the location, knowing that we had 6 survivors based on the information that we were getting on communication through the iPhone SOS, that we could have conversations with them. Once we arrived at the location, it was just after 5:30 p.m. last night when we had a snowcat that was able to get to about 2 miles before they got to the scene. And so from the 2 miles in, they skied in because, again, the tracked machinery and the potential for another avalanche. So they skied in from there. They were able to locate the 6 survivors. They were sheltered. They had some equipment with them trying to not only stay warm, but they had medical issues as well. They had themselves already started, looking for their teammates and their clients that were missing in the avalanche. They were able to locate 3 decedents at the time when they were waiting for us to get there to help rescue them. Once at 5:30, once our team got there, again, extreme conditions. The 2 of the 6 were not mobile. They could not walk because of the injuries they sustained during the avalanche. And we were able to safely get them the 2 miles from that location to the snowcat. And 4 others were able to get to the snowcat themselves. So all 6 were rescued off of the mountain. The information I have at the time at this time is that of the 6, 1 was a Blackbird Mountain guide, and 5 survivors were clients on that tour. Of the folks that are missing, so again, a total of 11, right? 9 women and 6 men total. Of the 15 that were on this guided trip, they were 9 women and 6 men. We were able to rescue 1 man and 5 women. So the survivors, ranging in ages from 30 to 55 years of age. 8 of the 9 additional skiers have been located deceased. We are still looking for 1 of the members at this time. Due to the ongoing challenges of the weather, the avalanche conditions, the effort remains ongoing, as well as our search for the remaining skier. But the weather is a factor. It's not a resource issue as we speak. It is a weather condition and safety condition for our response teams. Of the 2 that were injured, 1 individual was stabilized last night and released. 1 is still being treated at the hospital. I've been told both subjects are non-life-threatening injuries, so that's good to know. The guide company has been very cooperative, providing us the individual information from their trip. They also had members arrive at our location when we deployed into the field, and they responded with us. They wanted to do everything that they could to assist. The cause of death clearly will not be able to be confirmed. One, we still have to get to the decedents. We still have to be able to identify those decedents, and then we will determine through contract with Placer County. We contract with them for all of our pathology. That should take some time to determine mechanism of injury and truly the cause of death for these individuals. The avalanche yesterday was about 1 mile away from a different avalanche that occurred at the beginning of January in that same Castle Peak area. Please understand that this incident remains ongoing. Our focus remains on recovering, but the snow and the unsure conditions are creating an issue to making sure that we can safely do that. We did have a conversation with the families of the folks that are still outstanding and let them know that our mission has went from a rescue to a recovery. It's a difficult conversation to have with loved ones, so I please ask for your patience with the family members. This is ongoing, and I can't even imagine the amount of questions and stress that those families are going through right now as we move forward through this. Public safety reminders. Check avalanche forecasts and weather reports before traveling anywhere in the backcountry. Locally, the Sierra Avalanche Center is a great resource. Avoid closed areas, posted areas, avoid all of those high-risk areas. Always communicate your plans. Travel with a partner, share your route, and consider all of the avalanche training dangers that are in our beautiful community, but definitely a high danger for that. So with that, I'll ask the Placer County Sheriff Wayne Wu to come up and talk about that mutual aid that his agency reported and responded with us.
Thank you, Sheriff Moon. My name is Wayne Wu, W-O-O. I'm the current sheriff of Placer County. First of all, on behalf of myself and all the men and women of the Placer County Sheriff's Office, I want to offer my condolences to the family in this very trying time. The Placer County Sheriff's Office, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and the Nevada County Sheriff's Office has a very unique relationship with the challenges of providing services in the Lake Tahoe Basin. We work very closely together, and we value that relationship and provide mutual aid to each other. And I know Sheriff Moon would provide just as many resources to the constituents of Placer County if this emergency were to occur in our jurisdiction. So Sheriff Balaam with Washoe County couldn't make it over the summit. He tried to be here today, but I appreciate all of his efforts in this response as well. On the initial response, the Placer County Sheriff's Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue Team responded with 2 snowcats and 28 members of our search and rescue team. I can't speak highly enough of the men and women that make up the Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue Team. They are some of the highest rated, best, most well-trained, selfless servants that you'll find in the country right here in the Lake Tahoe Basin. These are true heroes that answer the call and selflessly serve and put themselves in harm's way when we call and there are other members of our community in need. This incident has specifically struck our organization and that team hard as one of the 9 missing decedents is a spouse of one of our Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue Team members. So as you can understand, this has not only been challenging for our community, it's been a challenging rescue, but it's also been challenging emotionally for our team and our organization. We are committed to being here until the end and making sure we make all these recoveries. As Sheriff Moon mentioned, the decedents will be transported to the Placer County morgue upon recovery and getting them off the mountain down at our Roseville facility. But in closing, I would like to add my request to members of the public during this time, and that is please avoid the Sierras during this current storm and in the upcoming days. Avoid mountain travel. It's treacherous. Avoid the backcountry. Please allow us to focus all of our resources on continuing to recover these bodies for the family and bring them home. Just yesterday, while we were responding to this incident, we got pulled off and had to pull resources for other rescues and overdue skiers. So please, over the next couple of days until this incident comes to a conclusion, please avoid the Sierras. And with that, I will introduce California Office of Emergency Services Chief Don O'Keefe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. My name's Don.
We will continue to watch that presser and continue to give you updates on Nevada County Sheriff's Office talking about that one missing skier now. 8 have passed away. So we are continuing to watch that, and we will keep you updated as soon as we do know more. We're going to head back to California in Nevada County, where 15 people were on a guided tour, and they ended up going missing after really bad weather. An avalanche did appear in that area. 6 made it back safely after the snowstorm. 8 of 9 hikers were found dead, and 1 still remains missing. So let's take a listen in to first responders right now talking about that incident.
The field to perform more field, get some more field data for the regional forecasting job they have, which is over 5 forests and 2 state region. I too want to extend my condolences to the families who are dealing with lost family members, and a sincere thank you as well to the courageous search and rescue folks who responded quickly and under dangerous conditions. I'd point you to the Sierra Avalanche Center's website for the best information on this avalanche. What we do understand is that it was about a football field in length. It resulted when a persistent weak layer had a large load of snow over the top of it. That persistent weak layer is still there and has reloaded with another 3 feet of snow, so the hazard remains high. And happy to answer any further questions that I can. Thank you.
So with that, we'll open up public questions on a first come basis. I see your hand there. Before though, with that, if we could keep in mind again the decedents, please. We won't be sharing any information on the decedents out of respect for the family.
sure you all knew, had your resources mobilized. I'm sure that, everyone from Caltrans to CHP had realized that this was going to be a major storm system. In situations like this, is there a cautionary message that you would like to convey to the community, knowing that a storm like this was coming in and that the avalanche danger was going to be high? Going forward, how can we prevent disasters like this from happening?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, lots of forecast on this storm. Those are the decisions that the guide company clearly had made. We're still in conversation with them on the decision factors that they made, but definitely a heed for everyone. The backcountry it's beautiful. There's not a lot of people out there, and that's where a lot of people like to recreate. I myself like to recreate in that area, but Mother Nature does not seem to it doesn't seem to matter, right? No matter how prepared you are, no matter how experienced you are. And again, heeding the warnings of it takes all resources from multiple different agencies to respond to emergencies. And when we have multiple emergencies going on, we too had a different search and rescue mission in the north section of our county, just because of the amount of snow that was coming down. So recognizing it's not just you, that you're impacting the potential for resources getting deployed somewhere else. And yeah, trying to put that information out as much as we can. We have great partnership with all of the media and listening to your guys' newscasts, listening to our local newscasts on the prediction of that weather, I think is important. And most people do heed that. In this particular instance, it was day 3, they were on their way out, and they came across this avalanche. So appreciate the question.
Giving their condolences. My question is, can you give us even just whether they, but anything with their hometown and their state, perhaps?
Yeah, multiple different states, definitely. And again, we did have a conference call with all members this morning, and we assured them that we would not be putting names out. They're still reeling, quite considerable, and I could not imagine what they're going through. So as soon as we can get that information out, we will. And the first people that are going to hear this information clearly is the families that are affected. Again, this affects not only our communities, but other communities. We understand that, and we appreciate the media's assistance with us in getting that message out.
Original question. I know that you said you're speaking.
Well, I would say the communication lines, clearly we were able to communicate with them during the avalanche. What kind of communication lines they had as they were out on their 3-day tour trip, I can't speak to that. Those are all questions that we're asking, and appreciate the patience while we get through this and investigate the totality. Not just so that we know, but so these families know. I think that's the core piece of my mind is wanting to be able to provide answers to the families that were affected, the guide members that were present, and the clients that paid for this trip. Thank you. I don't think either of them could be considered main. They're both great questions. Yeah.
Can you give us some more information on the rescue itself? How far away from the group that were found compared to those who's now deceased, and were they carried far down the mountain?
I'm going to refer to my operations captain, who was the incident commander for the duration of that first operational period, Captain Rusty Green. He'll answer that question for you.
My name is Rusty Green, Greene. The group was fairly close together.
The recovery was also, the bodies that were recovered fairly close together. It was reported by the individuals that survived that they were attempting to go out as a group, that someone saw the avalanche, yelled avalanche, and then it overtook them rather quickly.
One more follow-up. And can you share more about the account of the survivors after the rescue mission?
Yes, 2 of the survivors were transported for medical treatment. They went to the hospital. One was released last night. One is expected to be released today. Both are expected to survive. Everyone else was released at scene.
Can you share how they're doing mentally?
That I cannot. I can only imagine. I think you can too. There's no actual roadway into the search area. It's accessed via a snowcat, snowmobile, or cross-country skis. The interstate obviously will open, and that's the staging areas, and then we go from there.
This might be a question for Chris. Knowing the topography, the landscape, the exact location of things, can you describe exactly where that football field size avalanche field is located, say, in proximity to Castle Peak proper and then the Frog Lake cabins? And are you able to kind of pinpoint it, or has that not been officially mapped and triangulated at this moment?
Not yet.
Chris, I also have a follow-up question for you. I know that you had mentioned with the football field avalanche, and then essentially it's been reloaded with snow. Obviously, this is a really complicated procedure to get the bodies recovered from the scene. Is there fear that there could be another avalanche that might rebury those bodies and they could potentially be lost for some time?
I'm going to invite the first responders to answer that.
Yes, that's a consideration, but we also have to take into consideration the longer that we continue to have people out there and exposed, the higher chance we put our rescuers in danger. So is it a consideration? Yes, but it's just one of the factors weighing in our decision.
And talk about the complicating factor of another big storm headed our way with snow continuing to pelt the area and then even to lower elevations.
Well, it's going to make things much more difficult as far as accessing the area, right? It's going to continue to increase the danger of future avalanches, and it's going to continue to make the recovery just harder the longer it goes. We understand that. We understand the importance of doing the recovery, but we just have to weigh all those factors and do it in the best way possible.
Did the group have any equipment, any airbag that would help them survive an avalanche?
I don't know if they had any of the jackets that inflate or anything like that. I do know that the 8 individuals that were found all had beacons on.
How many bodies have been removed from the scene? Did you say 8? Was that the number that you were saying?
8 have been found at the location. So far, due to the terrain, it's vertical in nature. They were only able to remove the individuals that had survived and needed medical care last night. The actual decedents are still located in the avalanche area.
And can you give any gender at all of the people?
I believe the sheriff provided that breakdown. We can provide that for you if need be. Where the decedents are placed, we did our best to put them in an area that we can recover. We have put avalanche poles there. We've done everything we can to make it so that, given the opportunity, we can get in and do a fast recovery. If the weather gives us that chance, but again, it's going to depend on how the weather goes for the next couple of days.
There's a little more detail. So moving forward, what is your schedule? Are you actively trying to recover today, or is this going to be a matter of days or weeks ahead?
Yes, we're actively going to do the recovery as soon as we can. We currently still have approximately 20 resources assigned to this incident. We have an incident command post still set up. We have individuals looking at the weather and trying to get an opportunity to get in there.
And a big storm coming in tonight, right?
Correct.
Sheriff Moon, I don't know if you could elaborate on this a little bit further. where a moment ago you had talked about how this wasn't a resource issue, this wasn't an issue of your crew members being unsafe per se because they are highly skilled and they know what they're doing, but to a degree, does it put our search and rescue teams in danger when outdoor enthusiasts make the decision to go out in storm systems like the one that we knew was in the forecast?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of that planning briefing that they do before they deploy, in recognizing we have to reach people before we can help rescue people. And, those decisions are made on scene by the folks that are going to be getting deployed, and making sure that they have the right equipment, the right training, and the confidence that they can reach the folks. Last night, I commend them for knowing that they had 6 people that had survived, and they wanted to get there as soon as they could. And they took some risks, clearly. I would say they were through information. And today, looking at it, the risk is still as high. With the mission moving to a recovery, we want to really make sure that our first responders are safe and have all of the confidence that they can get there. And that was the conversation that we had this morning with the families. And again, I can't stress it enough. The search and rescue volunteers, they sign up for this. They are not compensated. We had several staff members from the Sheriff's Office, both my office, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, working in concert with them. Again, making sure that we're safe and that our plans are in place. We have good communication. They came up with the plan of how far they were going to get the tracked vehicles, and knowing that they can get all the ways to them just based on what the conditions were, and making sure that they were able to safely. And those are the questions that we're asking today, and looking at the weather, looking at the forecast, and really just making sure that we're going to do this as safe as possible, with knowing that we have a great resource coming from all agencies. Yesterday, I was inundated with texts and words of encouragement from all sheriffs across the state, saying, if you need us, we'll be there. Again, our mutual aid system is designed for the agencies to put in the request through Cal OES, and then Cal OES finds us those resources, and they've been great at doing that. But again, we could have all the resources we want, but if it's not safe to get to that location, we really have to make sure that we're making great decisions on this side.
We know that group left the Frog Lake.
All right, you're watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus, as we are continuing to watch that press conference where 15 people were on a guided tour in Nevada County, California. 6 made it back safely, 8 have died, and 1 is still missing. So we will continue to monitor that for you. But for now, we're going to take about a 2-minute break right here on Live Impact News. But keep it here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. Time now is 2:37. Cloudy day, gloomy a little bit over the Queen City you see right there. But hey, temperatures are pretty nice, right? We're going to reach up to 68 degrees today. So let's take a check of what the rest of your week looks like with Majestic Storm right now.
A lot more cloud coverage out there today, but hey, at least those temperatures still feel nice as daytime highs today will be rising to almost 70 degrees. Cloudy skies persist really across much of the Carolinas. Yesterday, hopefully you're able to get outside. It was a beautiful afternoon. We had some sunshine. We topped off at 65 degrees, and today 68 is what we're forecasting for our high. Cloudy conditions. I don't really think rain is going to be the big weather story today. Rather, the warmer temperatures will be and the gusty winds that you'll notice. Tomorrow, we're back into the 70s with a little sunshine returning. Friday, we're talking about possible record warmth, almost 80 degrees. And then if you're already making those weekend plans, plan for the possibility of some rain showers and even some isolated thunderstorms before another cool down arrives. Satellite radar, we have that system to the north of us, but really across the Carolinas, it's an overall quiet day. We have cloudy skies all over the place, but boy, those winds, they are whipping out there. This is our Dallas camera. Of course, it's way high up there, but it kind of gives you perspective that the wind is going to be a key element in our forecast today. The good news is that the winds will be moving in from the southwest. So when we have southwesterly winds, they usher in warmer air, and then overall our temperatures will respond to that, and that's why it's almost 70 degrees today. Our sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles an hour. And then as we're looking at our futurecast, as far as our wind gusts go, this afternoon they'll be capable of gusting around 25 to 35 miles an hour for most of us, and that'll hold steady up until about dinner time or so. So overall, a warm, cloudy day and also windy. You can see the rest of our day today. Cloudy skies, that's going to be the name of the game. But if you have errands to run or if you just want to get outside and get some fresh air, I mean, it's not a bad day. It's just not the most beautiful one either. Out there in Blowing Rock, we'll be topping off at 59 degrees, 61 there in Boone. Once we're heading across the foothills, mainly mid to upper 60s, 68 out there in Morganton, much of the same from Gastonia to Concord, even through Albemarle, and low 70s returning from Chesterfield out towards Rockingham. Now, overnight lows tonight will be very similar as to what we woke up to this morning. No need to send those kids off to the school bus stop tomorrow with a heavy jacket. I mean, we'll be waking up to temperatures that are nearly 60 degrees with a lot of cloud coverage in place. And then tomorrow, we're back at it. Widespread 70s, 76 degrees for your high there in Charlotte, 73 in Charlotte. I think we'll get a little bit of sunshine tomorrow. And then as we're looking at Friday, almost 80 degrees, nearly record warmth. And then temperatures over the weekend are going to slowly start to drop. Now, here's the thing. Friday, I know many of you are probably looking forward to warmer temperatures, but the first half of our Friday starts out warm and cloudy with scattered showers and the possibility of seeing actually a couple of storms. We're not concerned about any severe weather, but if we have some of those storms fire up, which we likely could, we could see a brief heavy downpour, maybe a couple of lightning strikes, and also some gusty winds. Saturday is going to be really the rainy day, so if you have plans for your Saturday, plan for the rain, mainly for the first half of the day, and then I suspect by the later half of our Saturday, things will gradually clear out. Here's our Jerry Hunt Super Center 7-day forecast. A cloudy Wednesday, but again, temperatures are pretty impressive. 68 degrees for us today, 58 for our low temperature tonight. 2 back-to-back days into the 70s, almost 80 degrees on Friday. And then next week, the sunshine will return, but so will those much cooler temperatures.
All right, we're going to actually send it over to Ohio because former Victoria's Secret CEO Les Wexner, he did testify to House Oversight Committee today that he was conned by Jeffrey Epstein, and denied any wrongdoing in his association with the late convicted sex offender. So our sister station, WBNS, did speak to those lawmakers about what they were hearing from the CEO today. So we're going to take a listen into that.
In just a second.
TV Plus.
Okay, good. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. My name is Robert Garcia. I am the ranking member, the lead Democrat on the Oversight Committee, and I'm here with many of our colleagues from the Oversight Committee. We're all going to make some brief remarks. I'll introduce them all, and then I'll open it up for a couple questions. And then our deposition is continuing, so we've got to continue that throughout the day. So let me just first of all just give a couple overview. So we are right now in the middle of a deposition of Mr. Les Wexner. We are doing the deposition at his estate here. Right now, we are now about 2 hours into that deposition. We are on a break, and we will be going back into the deposition for the rest of the afternoon. So to be very clear, we'll be providing an update now, but there are many, many questions that we have to ask of Mr. Wexner that are important to our investigation, and so that questioning will happen throughout the day as this day moves forward. We're here because we want to talk to anyone that has information about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crime, abuse, and trafficking of women and girls. There is no single person that was more involved in providing Jeffrey Epstein with the financial support to commit his crimes than Les Wexner. That is already, as we all know, in the public record. We've also directly heard from survivors about Mr. Wexner, about his involvement, and their concerns as to the enormous amount of money that was essentially transferred over and paid to by Mr. Epstein. To be very clear, we know of approximately over $1 billion, it looks like. It's about $1 billion that was either transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Mr. Epstein by Wexner. Now, it's important to note that Mr. Wexner appears to be unaware of much of the money, as he claims, that was given over to Mr. Epstein. In fact, it's interesting that Mr. Wexner has already begun to clarify in his mind that somehow he and Mr. Epstein weren't even friends. We should be very clear that the two were very close, per reporting. They spent a lot of time together. Mr. Wexner admitted that he traveled to both Epstein's island as well as his other properties. Mr. Wexner also admitted that Jeffrey Epstein had access to a lot of Mr. Wexner's wealth. And when asked even simple questions, even as it relates to Mr. Epstein being the co-president of the foundation that established the area that we're in today, Mr. Wexner had little to say. In fact, it's clear that Mr. Wexner is trying to downplay how close Jeffrey Epstein and Mr. Wexner actually were. And we should be very clear that there would be no Epstein Island, there would be no Epstein plane, there would be no money to traffic women and girls. Mr. Epstein would not be the wealthy man he was without the support of Les Wexner. I think it's very important for us to note at this moment. There's a significant amount of questioning that has gone on, but I want to say one other thing and then I'm going to turn it over. We are committed to ending this cover-up. Right now, as we speak, over 50% of the Epstein files have not been released to the public and to the Congress. Donald Trump and Pam Bondi are leading a White House cover-up to protect billionaire, wealthy benefactors, whether it's Mr. Wexner or whether it's anybody else. And that has to end now, which is why we're here and why we're willing to go anywhere and just speak to anyone with information about Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. And so we have a lot of questions for Mr. Wexner, and we look forward to sharing those with all of you as well today. So with that, let me turn this over to Congressman Steve Lynch.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your leadership. It's important to remember that all the evidence, the documentary evidence that we've received so far, much of it points to this witness and Les Wexner's involvement. As Robert has laid out, the financial wherewithal for Epstein to to operate in New York City, to operate in Florida, the Virgin Islands, the ability to travel, and in some cases his own credibility. There was a period there where Epstein was saying that he was closely involved with Wexner's operation, several of his Victoria's Secret, that he was involved in that process as well. So in a very real way, Les Wexner gave Epstein credibility and gave him the ability to commit some of the crimes that he did. One of the witnesses, one of the victims, the survivors, has already indicated that she was assaulted at this facility, at the mansion here, Wexner's home here, that she was refused permission to leave that house until security had cleared that she was kept there for several hours. So in an investigation, you usually follow the documents and you follow the money. And much of that evidence and all of that money leads us to this location. So far, and I'm just speaking generally, the more this deposition goes on, the less Wexner knows about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There was a deep trust between these two men. There was a deep friendship there. Not only in a business sense, but Les Wexner gave Epstein the ability to handle his children's and his family's money. So at least that part of it makes it hard to believe Les Wexner's testimony thus far. It may be a question as to whether Les Wexner was involved in the crimes directly, but there is no question in my mind, given the evidence so far, that Les Wexner knew about this and failed to stop it and gave Epstein license and the ability to commit these crimes. And I'll yield.
We've done something that the Department of Justice has failed to do. We have actually sat down and listened.
So you are watching right now a live press conference happening in New Albany, Ohio. These are House Democrat lawmakers who just took part in the deposition of Les Wexner at his home here in New Albany. They came out to say that they are taking a break, taking lunch, and then they will be back at it this afternoon. So clearly, this is an all-day affair involving the deposition of Les Wexner and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted late sex offender. What they are trying to get at, and I quote Congressman Robert Garcia, who said this just moments ago, that this investigation is to find any and all who knew of Epstein's crimes. And what they were trying to talk about is the connection between Epstein and Wexner when it comes to the finances. What Robert Garcia, Congressman, said was, to be clear, we know of $1 billion that was transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Epstein by Wexner, basically insinuating that whether Wexner knew of the crimes or not, he certainly was able to finance them through money, through stocks. He goes on to say that they were very close, but during this deposition this morning, Congressman Garcia infers that it appears that Les Wexner was trying to, quote, downplay how close they were, and that he said that they are committed to ending this cover-up. We heard from another congressman, Steve Lynch, who said that whether or not Wexner financed the crimes, he believes that he knew about them and failed to stop them. Now, we should note that Les Wexner has long maintained that he knew nothing of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, and he has not been charged with anything related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. He did also submit a 3-page letter earlier this morning to the House Oversight Committee saying that he was, quote, pleased to testify today because this is an opportunity be to, quote, set the record straight. And again, he goes on to say that he had no knowledge of any of Epstein's crimes. He goes on to, in this 2,000-worded letter, saying that he called himself naive and foolish and gullible to put any trust in Jeffrey Epstein. Wexner also calling Epstein a con man and saying that he has done nothing wrong and he has nothing to hide. More of this letter from Wexner to the House Oversight Committee today, saying that he never witnessed, had any knowledge of any of the crimes related to any of Epstein's crimes that that Epstein participated in. Also saying that he was, quote, duped by a world-class con man. So in this letter as well, that Wexner acknowledged that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, but said that he never saw or heard about Epstein being in the company of underage girls, saying that he only visited Epstein's island only once for just a few hours shortly after Epstein bought it, saying that he was there with his wife, Abigail, and their young children. He also said that the side of Epstein that he saw was, quote, far different from the predator he eventually was exposed to be. So these are Wexner's words today to the House Oversight Committee, basically distancing himself from a really close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. However, it is clear from what we just heard from some of the House Democrats that they do not believe that they were not that close, given the amount of money that was transferred between the two related to Epstein being Wexner's finance money manager. We are going to continue this story throughout the day here on 10 TV Plus, also on 10 TV. But again, we are live in New Albany. This is basically the
we
town
in America
that Les
deserve
Wexner
better.
built, and certainly the big talk of today.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it with us on WCNC Plus. Watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus on this Wednesday. Time now is almost 3 o'clock at 2:56. We're going to head over to Georgia right now, where the trial for Colin Gray continues. This is the father of Colt Gray, who was being investigated after he allegedly shot 2 students and 2 teachers at his high school. They're saying that Colin, the father, was the one who gave him the gun. Right now, it looks like they are showing evidence to the jury right now. So let's take a listen into this.
I know that you all had a longer break than you anticipated previously. You've been in your seat more, and I need to get sure. So we're going to take a 10 or so minute break.
Thank you, Judge.
He's back.
Yes.
Looks like they are taking a break, and that means we're going to take a quick break right here. Keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Hi, everyone. It is a Wednesday. It is January 18th here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal, handling the next 2 hours here on the stream. All right, so while a couple of trials are in a recess that we've been following here on Live Impact News with Megan Bragg, we're also following this story. Earlier in the week, we told you Salisbury Fire is having a shortage of firefighters, and they did make themselves available to media this morning. So a previously recorded press conference from Salisbury Fire as they try to fill the gap there with a shortage of firefighters, coming into you now on Live Impact News.
24-hour shifts and one 12-hour shift for a total of 132 hours unstaffed. Those are documented facts. The city's response suggested that removing an apparatus from service is routine, and that requires clarification. When apparatuses are taken out of service routinely in fire departments, it's typically for training, maintenance, or scheduled operational needs. And in those cases, the company remains staffed and ready at a moment's notice to respond to significant incidents if needed. That was not the situation on February 13th. In this instance, the truck was unmanned due to insufficient staffing. There's a significant difference between a temporarily unavailable apparatus for training, with a crew still assigned and ready, and a frontline ladder company sitting without firefighters to operate it. Mutual aid is an important and necessary component of the fire service. However, it is designed to supplement a properly staffed department, not to compensate for employing too few firefighters. The city's response ignores the reality of using non-taxpayer services to compensate for unstaffed fire trucks. Many surrounding mutual aid departments are not career departments and often operate with limited staffing of their own. Mutual aid departments are responsible for managing their own districts and staffing constraints. It is irresponsible for the city of Salisbury to rely on them as a primary solution to not having enough firefighters. The issue is not whether some level of coverage remained. The issue is the city of Salisbury is putting the public and firefighters in danger with unstaffed fire trucks. We operate so close to minimum staffing that not even 5 overtime firefighters can keep our apparatuses staffed. Before bringing those issues to public, we have raised these concerns internally for years. On multiple occasions, we requested direct conversation with the mayor to address firefighter concerns, and those requests were not granted. If the mayor is open to a factual discussion, we respectfully request space on the official council agenda so that this matter can be debated with documentation and transparency before the citizens we serve. We stand by our statement because it is grounded in facts. We continue to volunteer our time and effort to improve public safety as union leaders. We look forward to working with the City Council to solve these issues. Thank you.
Breaking it down for people who don't understand the problem or the concepts that are being debated, tell me about how many firefighters should be employed, how many you have employed, or what the main problem is.
So right now our minimum staffing level is 22 firemen, and if I'm not mistaken, we have 25? What? Is it 25?
Needed?
Yeah.
It'd be like 28.
So we should need about 28 firemen on duty on a daily basis.
And you've only got 22. What's the problem? How come more firefighters aren't being hired?
I think it's a conglomeration of a lot of things. It can be pay, it can be, our whole focus is to build value in the city of Salisbury's fire department. And if we're not building value, then people aren't staying here. People aren't retiring here. We're not just losing the firemen that we are hiring right off the street and, getting maybe 2-3 years out of them. We're losing, 16-year veterans. And, if they're leaving here because they don't have any faith left in this department.
So we're losing firefighters through attrition, not through termination, and we're not getting more people in and relying more on the mutual fire stations to bolster the numbers when it comes to emergency. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, I mean, we over the last 4 years since 2022, we've lost 74 firemen at this department, which is more than a whole department's worth.
What's the reaction been from council, from the mayor, from the fire chief?
At right now, I mean, we go to public comment and we say our piece, and that's really about where it stands.
But you are certainly open to conversation on how to bolster the department.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here for the betterment of these firemen. We're here for the betterment of this community, and we're always open to discussion. And if they need our expertise or what we think might need to be done within the city, then we're here for them.
Do you think it's a budgetary concern, or is it just politics?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I know that we have a nonpartisan system in the city, but certain people's views go certain ways no matter what.
So you would say the need is a critical mass at this point.
Yes, sir.
Hire several more. How many more do we need to hire?
Yes, we need to work on hiring firemen, but we also need to work on retention. When you lose 74 firemen in 4 years, that's a pretty substantial amount of people, and we can't keep up fast enough hiring and people leaving. And then the biggest thing is the veteran knowledge that these veteran firemen that are leaving, take with them. That's something that is not trained. That is something that's brought on with, experience. I mean, you can't buy experience.
It sounds like a systemic problem within the department. Specifically, break down the issues to me. What are the problems that you folks are facing, and why is keeping giving these firefighters so difficult at this point? What is the problem?
Talk about pay between us, Kannapolis, Concord, Charlotte.
Yeah, I think like within the other communities, like you have departments that are right on our doorstep, and they tend to go towards those for more value. It's the pay, it's the a department 15 minutes down the road. That you've got separation pay, which takes care of after you retire till the time you can draw, I believe.
Yep.
And that's a big thing. Scheduling. If it's going to from a 24/48, what we work now, to a 24/72, those are the things that build value in our department, and those are the things that would have people knocking on our door to stay here and to come and work here.
Is the lack of response disappointing to you folks?
Yes, I think so. I think one of the big thing is you've got two veteran guys plus myself here, and the reason that we're here at this department is because we care for the city, and it's not necessarily that the fire department, but it's the city as a whole that we care about, and we care about our brothers and our sisters that we work with, and that's what keeps us here. But if things don't change, we've got probably right around 10 to 13 people at this moment in time that are in other processes going to other departments. We've already lost 3 firemen this year, and we're only in February.
Getting down to brass tacks, you use the term the public could be in danger because of these decisions and what's going on within the department.
If
How
this,
real is that?
I'd say it's pretty real. If this trend continues and we can't keep up, then we're just putting, if we hire and hire and hire, then we're just putting rookie firemen on the trucks. And, if you don't have that experience, then one, it can be dangerous to us because we don't have the experience necessary. And then 2, we made the comment of right before you guys got here, we've got a house right here. If that ladder truck's not in service, then how is that not helpful to the homeowners of that house right there? So.
All right, you've been watching a previously recorded press conference with Salisbury firefighters trying to fill in the gaps due to a shortage of firefighters in Salisbury. As you can see, it looks like a full house, standing room only, for a Black History Month reception. We are expecting President Trump to walk in here any minute now and make some remarks. So we'll stand by for that, bring that to you here live on Live Impact News. For now, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and see you back here on WCNC Plus. Time is 3:12 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. Let's talk Olympics, shall we? Because we have North Carolina connections to Olympians. One is an amazing person, Olympic gold winner Dan Jansen, for his participation in the 1994 Winter Olympics. This in the 1,000-meter speed skating. And he talked to our Colleen Odegaard. Here's their extensive interview.
Can you remember that time like it was yesterday?
Very much so, yeah. I do. I remember, you know, as I said, the buildup is, it's slow, and then all of a sudden, once the Olympic trials are done, the last month, it just races by, and all of a sudden the games are here. And
do you remember how you felt in 1994 prior to winning your gold medal?
I do. You know, I was going into Lillehammer as favored in both my distances, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and I hadn't been beaten all season, so I kind of thought, well, just go and do what you've been doing, and unfortunately I slipped in the last turn of the 500 meters. And that's the great and the awful thing about the Olympics, is that it's one shot. We don't even have prelims. We have one time, one race, and if it doesn't happen, one slip, and you got to wait 4 years. Well, I had to wait 4 days for the 1,000 meters, and luckily that one turned out a bit better.
That's great. Talk about the buzz of the Olympic Games. I mean, we've been gearing up at the TV station, and we're so excited about the Olympics coming. Just like, what is happening, you know, in the town? What's happening in Milan to get ready for this, and what's the attitude, and how are people feeling?
You know, I think generally the host cities are kind of feeling like the athletes, because it's a big preparation. It's 4 years of prep for them too. Actually 6. When they get awarded the games 6 years out, and they have that much time. But the people, you know, there's so many volunteers who have helped to put this on. They're all geared up and ready to go. And, you know, I can speak from my experience. I've competed in 4 and called 6 others. And so I've been to a lot of Olympic Games, and the people can be the ones who make a great experience for the athletes and for the fans who come to watch. If the host countries are into it and they love it, it's an amazing experience.
Do you ever train skaters anymore?
No, I don't. Not officially. I have. I worked with several through the years. More so as I would call it more of as a mentor than their coach, because they have their coach, and not to step on any toes, but I'm always available, and they always know I'm available for advice or whatever they need. They have my number, and we talk. I talk to several of them quite often.
Do you ever get out on the ice yourself?
I have not been on the ice in several years. If I do, it's either in Salt Lake City or Milwaukee if the team is training there. But no, it's been a while.
Like, how fast do you think you could skate now?
Not. I mean, it's relative, but no, I lost all my power.
And those thighs, right? Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. Well, now you're a grandfather.
Yes. For a month. She just turned a month. My daughter Jane, those who remember me carrying her on my victory lap, named after my sister Jane, she had a baby girl in December, so we are thrilled about that, and mom and baby are doing great.
And your granddaughter's name is Kennedy Marie.
Yes.
Marie was your late sister Jane's middle name.
Yes, so they're carrying on that legacy, which is, I cried when I heard that. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Oh.
Life is amazing.
Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah, what is Dan Jansen doing now? What is the Olympic athlete doing these days as he's 60 years old and a grandfather now?
I just turned 60. I am, so I've always been a trainer. I've always been, you know, involved in health, wellness, and fitness, and so for the last 10 years now, sort of by accident, I got into training a bunch of NASCAR drivers, and having a blast. We have 25 drivers that are under us now, and my role is more strength and conditioning, but some of the mental side and focus and those types of things, and I tell you, they go through a lot more in those cars than people realize. Yeah, it's not easy.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Anything else that you'd like to add that we haven't talked about?
So, the Dan Jansen Foundation.
Yes, oh, of course. I'd be remiss if I did not ask about that. Yes, talk about the foundation.
The foundation's doing wonderful. We've we've given over $1 million now to families in need for mostly for non-medical expenses. As you know, back when Jane was sick, she had to have a bone marrow transplant in Seattle. My family, we were in Wisconsin, 9 kids, and so I noticed that, you know, the expenses that weren't paid for by insurance, the room and board, the travel, all these different things. Sometimes it's car payments, house payments, that maybe one parent has to quit their jobs because the child is being treated, and so we help those families in need, and it's been great. We're still going strong. I have my charity golf outing here every October, and we're still doing it. We have a concert and great golf and good friends, celebrities who come to help support.
All right, what a cool interview with our Colleen Odegaard and Dan Jansen, a gold medal winner in the Olympics from 1994. Let's go ahead and take a quick break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 3:20 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we need to check your weather around the Carolinas. Cloudy start. Let's see how we're doing for the rest of the day with our majestic storm filing this earlier weather forecast for you on WCNC Plus.
A lot more cloud coverage out there today, but hey, at least those temperatures still feel nice as daytime highs today will be rising to almost 70 degrees. Cloudy skies persist really across much of the Carolinas. Yesterday, hopefully you were able to get outside. It was a beautiful afternoon. We had some sunshine. We topped off at 65 degrees, and today 68 is what we're forecasting for our high. Cloudy conditions. I don't really think rain is going to be the big weather story today. Rather, the warmer temperatures will be and the gusty winds that you'll notice. Tomorrow, we're back into the 70s with a little sunshine returning. Friday, we're talking about possible record warmth, almost 80 degrees. And then if you're already making those weekend plans, plan for the possibility of some rain showers and even some isolated thunderstorms before another cool down arrives. Satellite radar, we have that system to the north of us, but really across the Carolinas, it's an overall quiet day. We have cloudy skies all over the place, but boy, those winds, they are whipping out there. This is our Dallas camera. Of course, it's way high up there, but it kind of gives you perspective that the wind is going to be a key element in our forecast today. The good news is that the winds will be moving in from the southwest. So when we have southwesterly winds, they usher in warmer air, and then overall our temperatures will respond to that, and that's why it's almost 70 degrees today. Our sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles an hour, and then as we're looking at our futurecast as far as our wind gusts go, this afternoon they'll be capable of gusting around 25 to 35 miles an hour for most of us, and that'll hold steady up until about dinner time or so. So overall, a warm, cloudy day and also windy. You can see the rest of our day today. Cloudy skies, that's going to be the name of the game. But if you have errands to run or if you just want to get outside and get some fresh air, I mean, it's not a bad day. It's just not the most beautiful one either. Out there in Blowing Rock, we'll be topping off at 59 degrees, 61 there in Boone. Once we're heading across the foothills, mainly mid to upper 60s, 68 out there in Morganton, much of the same from Gastonia to Concord, even through Albemarle, and low 70s returning from Chesterfield out towards Rockingham. Now, overnight lows tonight will be very similar as to what we woke up to this morning. No need to send those kids off to the school bus stop tomorrow with a heavy jacket. I mean, we'll be waking up to temperatures that are nearly 60 degrees with a lot of cloud coverage in place. And then tomorrow, we're back at it. Widespread 70s, 76 degrees for your high there in Chirac, 73 in Charlotte. I think we'll get a little bit of sunshine tomorrow. And then as we're looking at Friday, almost 80 degrees, nearly record warmth. And then temperatures over the weekend are going to slowly start to drop. Now, here's the thing. Friday, I know many of you are probably looking forward to warmer temperatures, but the first half of our Friday starts out warm and cloudy with scattered showers and the possibility of seeing actually a couple of storms. We're not concerned about any severe weather, but if we have some of those storms fire up, which we likely could, we could see a brief heavy downpour, maybe a couple of lightning strikes, and also some gusty winds. Saturday is going to be really the rainy day, so if you have plans for your Saturday, plan for the rain, mainly for the first half of the day, and then I suspect by the later half of our Saturday, things will gradually clear out. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. A cloudy Wednesday, but again, temperatures are pretty impressive. 68 degrees for us today, 58 for our low temperature tonight. 2 back-to-back days into the 70s, almost 80 degrees on Friday, and then next week the sunshine will return, but so will those much cooler temperatures.
Sounds pretty good to me. And at 3:24, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Right now, we are looking at an unprecedented testimony for Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. This is in the landmark trial against Meta and YouTube. The questions whether the tech companies intentionally made their products addictive. Karen Kafa joining us live now from Washington here on Live Impact News. Hi, Karen.
Hi there, Jane. What we've heard from the courtroom this afternoon is that Mark Zuckerberg has been pressed by the lawyer for the plaintiff in this case, a now 20-year-old woman, about how old people are when they can gain access to Instagram. Zuckerberg, of course, says no one under the age of 13 is on the platform, but the lawyer for that plaintiff alleges that social media addiction for her began at age 9. It is one of a number of questions Zuckerberg and other social media leaders are facing in this trial, which is a landmark moment for social media.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg on Wednesday arriving at the Los Angeles Superior Courthouse to testify in a landmark trial about tech addiction.
Mark, do you have a message to the parents?
Among those awaiting Zuckerberg's arrival, parents calling for accountability for Meta, following years of concerns about the impact of Meta-owned Facebook and Instagram on youth mental health and safety.
They take a vulnerable child. Well, all kids are vulnerable. Their self-esteem and what girls face, especially on these platforms, is horrifying to have to go through that. And it really has created such a huge mental health crisis in this country.
In the Los Angeles trial, Meta and YouTube are accused of intentionally designing addictive features that hooked a now 20-year-old woman, named in court documents only as Kaylee, as a child, harming her mental health. TikTok and Snapchat were also named in the lawsuit. They settled before trial. Former Facebook employee turned whistleblower Frances Haugen says Zuckerberg's testimony about what Meta has known about the risks of its platforms on young people puts a lot on the line for his company.
if they take responsibility, then they're going to have to change their business model and how they do business.
Meta argues it was Kaylee's difficult family life, not social media, that led to her struggles. YouTube has also denied the lawsuit's claims.
And Meta has also pointed consistently to specific safety features for users under the age of 18, their teen accounts, which have greater privacy protections and also content restrictions. Jane?
And Karen, this Los Angeles trial is just one of hundreds making such claims against these tech companies. Talk more about what parents and other advocates are looking for when it comes to these legal proceedings.
Yeah, you know, the angle that these cases are coming from is a little bit different from what we've heard in the past, right? When tech CEOs have previously come to Washington, for example, to make congressional testimony, events that these parents of social media users who believe their children were harmed by the products, when they've come to Washington, tech CEOs have consistently leaned to what they describe as Section 230. It's protection these tech companies have leaned on that say internet companies are not liable for the content. These cases, and there are hundreds of them, are coming at it from design, right? They're saying that these social media platforms, these companies deliberately knew that the platforms would be addictive because the way they are designed. And what these parents and safety advocates are looking for is a degree of accountability, right? We've seen a number of hearings, dramatic hearings with Zuckerberg and other tech CEOs here in Washington, where lawmakers grill these CEOs, but no legislation has really come to fruition. You have a lot of lawmakers who say the space is still new. These parents and these advocates say it's almost 2 decades old now, and there needs to be some regulations and some rules for these tech companies to go by. So it's accountability that they're really looking for, and this is Zuckerberg's first time in front of a jury, and very different than being in front of those lawmakers. They're hoping, these advocates, that the jury will make a decision that could have a lasting impact on these platforms.
All right, a lot of families watching this trial closely. Karen Kafa, thanks for that update today.
You bet.
And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 3:31, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At the White House, President Trump now delivering remarks at a Black History Month reception. Let's go ahead and listen in on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
I think how's the economy doing, Scott? Good? The best. It's really, people are going to see, and watch the State of the Union. We're going to be talking about the economy. We inherited a mess, and now we have prices way down. We have energy way down. Gasoline is now breaking $2 a gallon in many places, and it's been actually amazing. But Scott's fantastic. I don't want to forget to mention him. I'd be in big trouble. All of a sudden, the economy would turn bad on us. I'd say, what happened? It was Scott. Thank you, Scott. And Secretary Lori Chavez DeReamer. Lori, thank you very much. Secretary of Labor, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Diller. How are you doing? How are you doing with Harvard? How are you doing with Harvard? You know, Harvard's extremely discriminatory, unfortunately, and it's working good. Harmeet is on their trail, right? Good, good. You keep suing them. The hell with them. I like the historically black colleges and universities, which I saved. Leo 2.0 said it, but which I saved. We saved them. They had no funding, and every year they'd come back, and I got to know some of the heads, and every year they'd come back, and after my third year, first term, I said, you guys keep coming back. Why do you keep coming back? He said, we have to come back every year. For years and years, they had to come back. And one of them said, one of the heads, a great guy, said, they make us feel like beggars. We have to come back. I said, I'm going to get you long-term financing. And I got it for them. And I said, the only bad thing, I'll never see you guys again. I haven't seen too many of them. But we took care of the historically black colleges and universities, right? And it was a great thing to do. And so many others are in the audience that are just friends of mine. I look at them, so many. But if I introduce all of you, we're going to be here a long time, and that's unacceptable. Not only are we celebrating the century of Black History Month, also, as you know, this year we'll also be celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. And the good thing, when they cheated on the election, they made me wait 4 years, and because I waited 4 years, I get the 250th year. I get the Olympics, which I was the one that got it, and I get the World Cup. So I got the World Cup, and I said, you know, it's too bad before all this nonsense took place. I said, it's too bad. I got the World Cup to come here. Johnny, another Johnny, we got the World Cup, who was fantastic, the head of it, one of the great people. And I said, the only bad part is I won't be in office because my 4 years will be up. This would have been the more traditional route. And then they cheated on the election, and I said, now we won by so much. We won by millions of votes, but they cheated. It was during a COVID period, and they cheated. And we did it again, and we made it too big to rig, too big to rig. And by doing that, I ended up getting the Olympics. Because we were responsible for both of them. And we're going to have a great year, but we're going to have a great 3 years. We're going to have hopefully we're going to have a great century, because that's ultimately what it is. We'll get it started. But as we honor America's 250, and I can't say that I got the 250. I tried doing that a couple of times, Bruce. I said, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I got the 250th year. They said, you didn't do that. I said, you're right about that. I didn't do 250. We happened to be here at the right time. That's all that was. But we thank God for the strength and courage and grit and devotion of black Americans who have helped make America the most powerful country in the history of the world we now have. And you saw that with our attack a few weeks ago on Venezuela. We have the greatest military in the world. We make the greatest equipment in the world. There's nobody even close. Nearly 10,000 African Americans fought for the patriot cause in the Revolutionary War. Did you know that? 10,000, and it's actually a number I've heard even higher than that, helping secure our independence in every generation since, from the Buffalo Soldiers to the Tuskegee Airmen. Black Americans have stepped forward to defend the flag and to defend our country like few others, really, like few others. And you've never really been given the recognition that you should get for that. You know that, Ben? I don't think a lot of people have given the kind of recognition, but everyone knows all about the Tuskegee Airmen. They were great and amazing. The Buffalo Soldiers, do you know the Buffalo Soldiers? Good stuff, right? From jazz to the blues, that you know, that you do get recognition for. Jazz, the blues, from rock and roll to rap, black artists like Chuck Berry, Muddy Waters. How about Nicki Minaj? Do we love Nicki Minaj? Right? I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails are like that long. I said, Nicki, are they real? She said, she didn't want to get into that. But she was so beautiful and so great, and she gets it, you know, more importantly, frankly, she gets it. But black leaders from Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King, right, little relative over here, have made our country freer, and really what they've really done is made life more just. And black athletes have inspired billions around the globe, from Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard also, by the way, great, what a great fighter. Muhammad Ali, who was a friend of mine. I put a picture of myself and Muhammad. It was another piece of work. You talk about a piece of work. But he could fight, couldn't he, huh? Mike Tyson, boy, I tell you, Mike has been loyal to me. Whenever they come out, they say, Trump's a racist. You know, it's like a statement. Trump's a racist. Mike Tyson goes, he's not a racist. He's my friend. He's been there from the beginning, good times and bad. But Mike Tyson's a great guy, and he was so loyal, always been loyal. And Herschel Walker, speaking about loyal, how good a football player was Herschel? Herschel Walker, now he's ambassador to the Bahamas. I don't know, Bahamas, Bermuda, is he Bahamas, whatever. It's nice, a nice place. You'd like that, Bruce, wouldn't you? Bruce wants it. And a guy I became really, he liked Trump, Jim Brown. He was tough. He'd come in, he was very silent. He was silent but deadly. He'd come in and he'd look at people, and if he didn't like them, he'd just look at me and he'd go, it's no good. He wanted to rip their heart out. I would say there can't be a greater football player than Jim Brown. By the way, Lawrence Taylor, great friend. The great Lawrence Taylor, the greatest defensive player probably in the history of football. He's a great friend of mine. And, but I'm longer off the tee than him. You know why? Because I take the club back further. He takes the club back this far, and he hits it 200 yards. When you can do that, you're strong. He is a great guy, I'll tell you that. And all of this is a part of the legacy that we celebrate on July 4th, 2026, because Black History Month is really all about American history. And this is a big year. This is a big year for you. During my first term, I was honored to deliver unprecedented victories for Black Americans and all Americans, frankly. But Black Americans, I single-handedly secured record long-term funding for. I told you, the historically Black colleges and universities. I created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones with our great secretary. And also, I think we have to do, and as I said before, Tim Scott really, he came to me with that idea, and we put it into use, right, Scott? And I signed historic criminal justice reform into law. We got criminal justice reform. Just so you know, for 30 years, you, more than any other group of people, has been trying to get criminal justice reform, and they couldn't do it. And a group of people came to my office, and they asked me to do it. They couldn't get it. They needed 5 conservative votes in the Senate, and conservative was 5 conservative white votes in the Senate. And of the 5, all 5 of them were totally against, and I called them up, and they were great. They were great. And one of them was Senator John Kennedy, to be honest with you. He was not in favor of it, and I spoke to him, and he was 100%. He's a great senator, a great guy, and you know that he was a tremendous help. So we got criminal justice reform done and approved, and nobody thought it could be done. And it's no wonder that in 2024 we won more African-American votes than any Republican presidential candidate in history. And just over 1 year ago, we had a dead country. We were a dead country. Scott just said it. We were dead as a doornail. We had an idiot as a president. We had a man that was not a president. Number one, he didn't win the election. He was not a president. Yeah, right. He was a real beauty, wasn't he? He allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of them should not have been here. And we've done. Now we have, by the way, we went from the worst border in history to the best, by far the best border in history. But I had the support of many people, Bruce. I had the support of many people in this room, and we've got right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. King of Saudi Arabia told me that. He said, you were a dead country a year and a half ago. Now you're the hottest country in the world. We're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And you're a big part of it. And you're a big beneficiary. I tell you what, take a look at your 401ks. Has anybody got a 401k that's lower than it was? Better put your hand down. Lower than it was a year ago? They're double. I mean, they are through the roof. The stock market has hit 53 all-time record highs since the election. And earlier this month, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose above 50,000 for the first time ever. Right, Scott? First time ever. And also, you know, they don't talk about this. The S&P broke 7,000. So when I got elected, they said, for the S&P to break 7,000 within 4 years would be a great achievement for the president, and for the Dow Jones to break 50,000 would be a great thing, but it's not possible. They were talking about in 4 years. Scott, they said in 4 years it would not be possible to break 50,000 or 7,000 under these two very important, call them a metrics. And you know what happened? We broke it before the end of my first year. So, right? So we did something. So they said we couldn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. More Americans are working today than at any time in American history. So we have more Americans right now working than at any time. And you know, when I say this stuff, I get the fake news back there, a lot of it. Thank you. I agree. Sometimes we have to be very careful because they actually go, and it's not pretty, Leo. We have to get Leo and the DOJ involved. But think of that, Leo, think of that. More Americans are working today than any time in history. And since I took office, African-American employment has increased by 182,000, the highest ever. Jobs. 182,000. Nearly 500,000 black Americans have rejoined the labor force since we took office. 500,000 wages for workers have increased $1,000, $2,000, even $3,000, and even sometimes, in some cases, $5,000 a year. That's faster than inflation. So wages have gone up at a much faster clip than inflation. We took over the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years or 49 years. I said that, you know, I said, inflation under Biden has went up more than at any time in the history of our country. They said, he's not right about that. It's 49 years. I said, all right, I'll accept that too. Actually, I think it sounds worse, Harmeet. I think for some reason, because when you say the worst ever, but when you say the worst in 49 years, I'll take that, right? The fake news got me in that one. I think I was right, by the way, but I'll accept 48 or 49 years. But for the firm in many years, 100% of all net job creation is going to American-born citizens. Think of that, 100%. And in the last administration, it was going mostly to illegal aliens that came in, many of them murderers and others. Last summer, we passed the largest working-class tax cuts in the history of our country. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And you're going to see that. You know, it just kicked in on January 1st. You're going to see tremendous results, and they're already seeing it. And I think we're going to have GDPs. We're going to have numbers that nobody's ever seen before, Scott. Joining us this afternoon, and really somebody that is fantastic, Annetta Bradford. In 2019, Annetta and her husband opened an incredibly successful coffee shop in Arkansas named Hebrews 11:1. That's an interesting name. No one thinks that the no tax on tips matters. Well, it does matter, and it mattered a lot to Annetta. And she was able to grow her business just in a short period of time and hired more employees. And she's making a fortune. I'd like you to give some of the people in that room some of that money, Annetta. You should make it a lot. Annetta, come in. Arnetta, come. Where are you? Arnetta, come on up here, Arnetta. Come on up. Hi, darling. Please, let me move that down.
I can't do anything first but say to God be the glory. Amen. I have no business being here other than him having me here. And so, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to preach. I'm going to settle myself. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. It's such an honor to be here today. Hebrews 11:1. People ask me all the time, why did I even open a business? Why did I even call it Hebrews 11:1? Hebrews 11:1 is my very favorite scripture. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. That scripture has walked with me, it had grown me from a little girl on up. Not having no longer my mother here, having my father here, my husband not having his mother and his father here. We opened Hebrews 11:1 with no funding, no money, no big family investors, no business loans, didn't have great credit. It was us and faith in God. That was 7 years ago. But I ran that business with just myself and one employee. Then here comes no tax on tips. I was able to hire 7 more employees just by what she did. Not only that, I was able to open a second location on our college campus. Things are just going off simply because having now faith. And so I love the fact of that scripture. Now, I say all of that I'm trying to stick to my little written down thing that I wrote. I don't know how to do that so well. But as a small business owner, I understand how critical support is. I understand that you have to have the right people that make the right policies for us as small business owners. So no tax on tips has been an extreme blessing for me and my business. Not just mine, but I know so many people across the country. I know a lot of us don't want to talk about the good part of it. We only want to share the negative, but I'm here today to tell you you've done a great thing. Thank you for just loving on us and showing us that even in small town Hope, Arkansas, and I have got to say this, I have the best governor in the world. I don't only just call Sarah my friend, I call her my sister. And so that's why I am here today to just tell you that no tax on tips has been an amazing blessing for me. President Trump has been an amazing blessing for me. And at the end of the day, Jesus has been an amazing blessing for me. I love you guys and thank you so much because I am a youth pastor, but I will not preach on today. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job. Good job, huh? So thank you very much, Arnetta. And we can't provide opportunity for the next generation if we do not also have a thing called law and order. We need law and order. You know, Washington, D.C. is amazing. It was a crime capital. It was a horror show. A year ago, it was really dangerous, and now it's one of the safest cities anywhere in the country. And we're in Memphis, Tennessee now. We're like a different world. In 4 months, we've made it safe. We're in Louisiana, as you know. We're in lots of other places, and we have the lowest crime numbers that we've had in many years. We have the lowest murder numbers in 125 years, since 1900. And that's despite the fact that a lot of people are here, but those people have been taken out. Lots of them have been taken out. That's why we stopped the invasion at the southern border. And just 1 year ago, and think of this, 1 year ago, we had the absolute worst border that we've ever had, and now we have the safest border that we've ever had. So it's going to be really something. 125 years ago, that's before my father was born. I had a wonderful father, but that was before. So we have, murders are down from 125 years. We had the best numbers. When you think about it, that's pretty incredible. And those numbers are made up by Democrats. Can you believe it? They don't want to give me those numbers. They can add a couple of people here and there. But I've also deployed the National Guard to bring back safety to Memphis and to New Orleans and Washington. And the National Guard has been incredible, and people are safe. In the case of Washington, the restaurants were all closing up. People were getting really badly hurt and killed, frankly, many people killed. And now you can walk down the street and you have nothing to fear. We have one of the safest cities in the world, and it happened very fast, Bruce. One of those who knows the importance of this mission is Felicia Cook, a lifelong Washingtonian who tragically lost her grandson to violence in 2017. Felicia, we're so sorry, and you are a spectacular person. If you could say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Yes, come on in. Oh, yeah. Oh, help her up. We don't want any mistakes. Come on in.
First of all, can I have a hug?
Yes, you can. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. That's so nice. Thank you. I like her. Please.
I like him too. One thing I like about him, he keeps it real, just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank God for this president. I am filled, my cup runneth over. Because he allowed his constituents, his people, to come to my house to interview me, to talk about the murder of my grandson. It seemed like nobody cared. I'm an advocate for murder. I marched, I rallied, I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We marched and we rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats. Get mad at me. Until this Republican sent his constituents, his people out there to interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing? Then they invited me twice before Congress to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple. If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple. And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on. I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it.
That's pretty good. When is she running for office? Felicia, when are you running for office, please? You have my endorsement. You have my endorsement, Felicia. Thank you, darling. That's great. What a great, and it's from the heart. Your little baby, right, was just so horribly taken from you. Under the Trump administration, we believe that no community should be abandoned to the scourge of violent crime, and we're saving thousands and thousands of lives in many cities. And frankly, if these radical left lunatic Democrats would come and say, please help us, please, we'd stop crimes all over the place. And we're doing it in a lot of cities. Sometimes we have to force ourselves upon them because they're so bad. And I don't even think they realize what's happening to their cities and their towns. But every town that we go in, every city that we go in, like Washington, Felicia, you feel much safer now, totally safe. You can walk to a restaurant. The restaurants were all closing. Now you can't get a restaurant. The bad news is you can't get into a restaurant. But it's a great thing to see what's happening in Washington. It's like it's a hot place, and hopefully people will be coming in record numbers. And it's been, well, I know we need a little help. You need help in Atlanta. He just said, you're right, Atlanta, we could take care of Atlanta. I'll tell you what, you ought to get them to call me. We could take care of Atlanta so fast. They don't want to call. They don't want to call because they don't want to admit it, and they'll never fix it themselves. Don't forget, we move people out. We don't just go in and, be tough guys. We move people out. We take career criminals and we get them out. We bring them back to the country from where they came. And think of it, 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the people. Think of it. So when you get the criminals out, you solve a lot of problems. Another way that we're fulfilling our duty to the next generation is the single biggest thing that's happened having to do with schools and education. It's called school choice in our great, big, beautiful bill. Our beautiful bill, which really covers 4 years. We put it all together. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. This will help millions of African-American children and ensure that no child is condemned to a failing government or a horrible school. And we have a person here who's fantastic on this subject. Greta, would you please come up? Please, Greta, come on up. Thank you. And her beautiful daughter. Thanks, Greta. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Happy to meet you, darling. Well, I ditto. To God be the glory.
And we're grateful for our president. He's doing some tremendous work. And I want to remind those that don't know that this was prophesied. So you weren't supposed to have the second term when it came about. This is your season. And God said that it was going to be rough the first 2 years and that things were going to happen, but then the last 2 years are going to be great.
Well, I hope
and
so.
yes, you're going to do some tremendous things. And so for that, we thank you. On behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I'm from Texas. I live in a zip code that I didn't have an opportunity to have a choice to go to school. And so when I raised my children, I wanted a better opportunity for them. And I'm so grateful to ACE scholarships and all the doors that the president is opening for education. My son was in a school that he didn't have any voice, and he found drugs in school, and he died. And so I'm here today to just show my appreciation for all the moms around the world. We have a choice now. This choice is so important to mothers. I have a child that, because I had a choice, she's in private school. She's thriving. She's thriving. She's going to be an anesthesiology nurse, and she's doing great. And ACE scholarships was a big part of that. Changing education changes everything.
Thank you, Susan.
Changing education changes everything. In my zip code, it feels like we were locked in a cage. And being locked in a cage and can't get out. And because of all of the things that you're doing for education, now we can get out and soar. Our children can have a chance to be prosperous, just like other children. And I thank you for that. This is a great opportunity. So on behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I stand here and I give you your flowers while you can still get them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Give me a hand.
Thank you, Susan.
And this is here.
Look how beautiful. What a beautiful. Thank you.
All right, that was a live press conference, a Black History Month event at the White House with President Trump and several guests. We're going to take a quick break here. We have special guests in studio in Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We'll see you in 2. Four o'clock on the dot on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal, where we have really cool conversations in addition to bringing you the live feeds that are happening in and around the Carolinas and across the country as well as the world. And then these conversations that focus on you, on the Carolinas. And we have now School of Rock from Waxhaw in the house. Kids got out of school a little early today because you know what? If you've ever dreamed of playing guitar, maybe rocking out on a mic, wailing on the drums, there is a new place in Union County where those dreams take the stage. It is School of Rock, Waxhaw, just opening its doors there in Wesley Chapel. Owner of the school, Ann Alexander, and a couple of the students, we have Mia Alexander as well as Haven Grove, are all here. Thanks for coming in, you guys.
Thanks so much for having us today.
It is awesome. I love talking music and arts and supporting our locals. And what a great idea. And we've heard of School of Rock. Talk to me about the reason why you decided to open up a music school, because you and your husband are from a different area, from finance, right?
Yes. So my husband and I both have finance background and have been worked in finance for 30 years. We moved here to Union County from Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
And very excited about being here. When we got here, the closest School of Rock to Union County is in Charlotte by South Park, which is a haul.
Yeah.
Especially in the traffic we can have here. Our daughter loves School of Rock. That is her thing. And we wanted the other students in Union County to be able to experience School of Rock as well. So we decided to open one.
All right, very cool. All right, so let's talk about School of Rock. Mia, you're the daughter of Ann. Why do you love it so much?
School of Rock has given me so many amazing opportunities to meet people. If not for School of Rock, I would have never tried out singing or like any form of music. I didn't know I enjoyed it as much as I do. I would have never found that out without it.
All right, what kind of music do you like to play, perform, listen to?
I love kind of the new rock scene. Like what's going around right now is some very like clean vocals, some really heavy music. That's what I love to play.
Yeah, I see Haven nodding his head. You feeling the same there, buddy?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah?
I do like classic rock, though.
Awesome. All right. Like what kind of classic rock? Talk to me about some of the artists you are inspired by.
Led Zeppelin.
Duh. The Zap, yeah.
The Rolling Stones. There's Van Halen.
Oh, okay. I mean, really.
You told me you were a Foo Fighters fan. Is that correct?
Oh, okay. Foo Fighters. So really all of the hard instruments. So let's talk about the instruments that you two do play. Vocals, you both use your voice as an instrument, yeah?
Yes.
All right. And what kind of shows do you get to play at?
A lot of the time it's really like it's downtown. It's where the music scene is. So downtown Charlotte, downtown Monroe. It's these really cool like bars and breweries, and it's just amazing for the kind of music we're playing. It's always the perfect scene.
Yeah. How about you, Haven?
I mean,
same.
yeah, it's just
same
like,
page.
Yeah, same thing, really.
And so, Anne, this program, how does it work?
So all of our students are in performance groups. We take students from 5 to 105. We do have adult bands as well. Our rookies, they do a once a week group where they get to try all the instruments. Those are our youngest. We don't put them in private lessons till they turn 7. Once you turn 7, you can be in Rock 101. Again, you have a private lesson and a group rehearsal. And then we step it up to the performance program where Mia and Haven are, and those, they also have private lesson, group rehearsal, but they have a theme. Every season they have a different theme. Haven, you are in punk this season, and Mia is in best of the 80s. And so for 4 months they will rehearse and learn songs in that theme, and then they do a show. Southern Range Brewing Company hosted us this past weekend, and the kids got on stage and they knocked it out. The place was so crowded they had to open up the doors.
Oh, I love it. I love it. How was that playing for, this is not a recital environment, Anne, or kids, right? It's like it's a show with an audience. What is that like?
It's really different when you're playing with people because you have to worry about keeping in time with like the whole band and stuff like that. So it's just really different from just like playing a recital where it's just you and like an instrument and you're just like playing to like a track or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a vocalist, one of the biggest things I've noticed about playing with a crowd and at like a bar instead of a recital, you have to talk to the crowd. You cannot have dead silence in between songs. So it's really important to learn, like, you just have to keep talking no matter how dead the crowd is. It's such a hard skill to acquire. It's tough.
Oh, but these are really great skills anyway that you can't actually teach. You just got to live and go through it and do the reps, don't you?
That's exactly right.
And our bass player started talking about baking cookies.
Oh, okay.
Started playing our last song, so yeah.
Yeah.
She was filling time. I think there was a little scurrying on stage going, and so she filled some time with the difference in humidity affecting baking.
I mean, you know what? That's actually what we do here. We just kind of fill time all the time. And so obviously different from a traditional way to learn music, Anne.
Absolutely. We try and teach music like you would teach a language, which is when you're a baby learning a language, you're not forced to learn individual letters. The first thing you do is say a word, like mama. Well, we teach song first. And so rather than saying, oh, you have to learn all the notes and learn to read music, we're going to teach you a song. We can teach you a song your first trial visit with us.
Wow, that's so cool. And so do you find this way of learning, Mia and Haven, something that you can grasp a little bit easier?
Yeah, so much more interactive, and like you want to go back, you want to learn another song. It doesn't get boring. It's just so much fun to go back and learn something new.
Because when you get into one band, it like spreads into like a bunch of different like bands, and it's like this chain reaction that's really cool. And you explore like all these different types of music and stuff.
I mean, I feel like you two are really confident as well, well poised. Again, these things that can't be taught, but because of music and the discipline and the devotion that it takes to do something like that and practice. What is the best part of being part of this program?
Some of the skills it teaches is like I have used them almost every day for however long I've been there. It's teaching me so many social skills. It's teaching me I go to school to learn music, and School of Rock is the reason I do that. It's helped me so much throughout my life at this point, and the people you meet there are just amazing.
How about you, Haven? Same?
Same.
Did you feel like, I don't know, kind of shy at first and like, I don't know how I'm going to do this?
I mean, I was like the shortest one in my band, so I was kind of like, you know, it was just like kind of weird, but you know, since I'm like 12 and like the others are like 15, it's really cool too, because I don't feel so as like, I just feel like that other people can like enjoy the stuff that I'm also into. So like I don't feel so as like alone or whatever. Yeah, building a good your people, your group, right? So you said it serves students from age 5 on up?
5 to 105.
5 to 105. I don't know what 105. What am I going to do in your school?
We have adult band. Yeah, so our adult band, as soon as you finish high school, you are in what is called our grad program. And, you know, we have a lot of adults who played when they were younger and are now interested in picking it back up. My favorite story is we have a student who came in. He said, my adult son moved out. He left his drum set. I told him I was going to learn, and he told me I was too old. And I said, oh, no. He played on stage with them this weekend, and he killed it.
That's so fantastic.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. All right, so for anyone who's watching now, wants to get involved, what do you tell them? What can they do?
They can give me a call at School of Rock Waxhaw. We can also go online. We can sign up right from our website for a free trial. We do a free 30-minute trial lesson, so you can come in, see the school, and see what it's all about.
Okay, and then you opened the doors already.
Yep.
What can people look forward to in the next performance?
So we have a performance coming up at the Trail House in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Trail House. What are you going to perform?
What are you guys going to perform?
The songs?
Yeah. What's your
kind of music? What are you preparing?
Punk songs.
I'm doing I Fought the Law by The Clash.
Oh, nice.
And I'm also doing I think it's Black Flag that I sing on. I don't know. I just sing on it.
You just sing on it.
Mia, what you got?
Don't Stop Believing, which is
Journey.
It's amazing.
Love that song. Oh, that's a good one. It's my karaoke jam.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, come sing along.
No, I'll let the professionals handle it. Anything else we need to know?
No, everybody's welcome. We are completely inclusive, and just love to have students that are interested in music get together and make friends.
Well, we loved having you guys here. So, anything you want us to know or spread the word?
I love School of Rock. Live, laugh, love School of Rock.
Yeah, I love playing instruments, and I love School of Rock. So yeah.
You guys are great.
You got really, they are. What great representatives.
Thank you so much for having us.
You sold us. All right, you guys rock. Thank you so much. School of Rocks in Waxhaw. All right. You can do it. Opening its doors for you. Free trial. Just give them a call. All right. Thanks, guys. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time right now is 4:13. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Want to take you out to a live press conference from the NTSB. This is on a house explosion that happened in Virginia. Let's listen in on Live Impact News.
A section about 1,000 feet long, and we know there's they know there's a loss of pressure within that 1,000 feet. Now we go to sectioning it off, figuring out exactly where that leak or others may be.
And that leak, Chief, is on the main transmission line?
No, that's a great point for clarification. So the line along Belle Plains Drive is a distribution line maintained and operated by Washington Gas. The distribution lines on the easement on the other side of the house that exploded are transmission lines maintained by Williams Pipeline.
So can you clarify, this is a distribution line run and owned by WGL? Is that where you're saying the leak is at in this 1,000-foot section?
That's affirmative.
So one other question, if I may follow up real quickly. You've got still a lot of people who are impacted by this. Do you have any timetable in terms of when the residents who've been evacuated will be returning home, and also the shutoffs when they could be turned back on? Any timetable?
Absolutely. The question was, is there any idea of when residences may be reoccupied and what that timetable may look like? And as I mentioned previously, Fairfax County has a plan that's zoned out geographically, and we articulate it that way because if it's determined that certain sections of the transmission line or distribution lines are 100% intact and there's no readings, it's 100% safe for the residents to reoccupy, then we'll reoccupy portions of, but not all of the evacuated area. The timeline is 100% dependent on two things. One, that's all the leaks are found and repaired. And two, that the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department is able to go into those occupancies, clear all floors of the living area to ensure they have normal atmospheric readings and to maintain that before we put people back in that situation.
So back and forth with USA 9. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
clarify, are we expanding the perimeter at all, or is it staying as is?
Unless there are any new findings, the perimeter will maintain the exact size that it is.
And to clarify, is there only one leak or multiple leaks?
I appreciate the question. We know we have a section of distribution line that is losing pressure. That could be one leak, that could be two leaks. That's up to the utility company, Washington Gas, to determine and find and fix.
And how old are these lines?
Does
that have to do anything with the leak as far as the age of these lines?
I'm not a subject matter expert on gas lines. I would say that I would refer that question to Washington Gas.
Chief, really quick, just to follow up for the NTSB and just in terms of the timeline, the NTSB had issued some safety recommendations many years ago about the need for advanced leak detection systems and pipelines. You all have said that the pipeline leaks are a known problem. In fact, it was your most wanted improvement in 2023. Are those rules in place right now for pipeline systems? And if they're not, can you explain why they're not in place?
So NTSB has put out a recommendation asking for leak detection, recommending leak detection in the different pipeline systems out there. Many of them have them to some degree or another. As for this particular case, it's some information that we still need to gather, and as the investigation goes on, we'll make sure we check on that.
And then let me just ask, is there a representative from Washington Gas here right now?
No.
Okay, so what is your message to people who have questions for Washington Gas and they feel like they have not been responsive? What is their message that you all would like to relay for this neighborhood that's impacted and potentially many more who could be impacted?
Sure. Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say Washington Gas can speak on their own behalf, and I would not even try to represent them. So
Right, they haven't.
They haven't what?
They haven't spoken on their behalf.
Yeah, I would refer you to their website or their designee. Thank you.
Are you getting cooperation from them? Are they cooperating with you as a party with the NTSB, as a party to the investigation, sir?
No, the question is Washington Gas a part of the investigation? They are a part of the investigation, and they are cooperating.
Sir, can you explain? I think the general public is probably familiar with the types of things that you're looking for in an aviation incident or maybe a railway incident, maybe less familiar in these types of incidents. Can you explain, generally speaking, the types of evidence that you're looking to gather, the types of questions you're trying to answer when you're looking at an incident like this?
Sure. So the question is, what kinds of things do we ask and look for at these different accidents? We look in three general areas. We look at the environment, how the earth was, how the ground was, how the weather was. Often can have some impact on the investigation. We look at the people involved, so the humans involved in it and what they were doing, whether they were technicians, whether they were in a control room or any other phase of the operation, as well as people who live and working around and observed anything out there. And we also look at the equipment, and in this case, it's the pipeline itself largely, and anything that goes with it. So we take a look at all those things, and that's part of our evidence gathering and then analysis.
Do we know what type of material the pipelines are made of?
So that's part of what we're doing right now. We're identifying what all the materials are that these particular pipelines are made of, and as the chief just said, as we isolate where we think their leak occurred or their gas escaped, then we'll be able to hone in better on what those materials were.
Question about the timeline. Do you know how long it took from the call for the smell of gas earlier in the day, between that call and how long it took for Washington Gas to show up and start investigating?
We do not have that information. That would be Washington Gas's records. I can tell you that Fairfax County's 911 center received the call, and just over 5 minutes later, Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Departments and surrounding jurisdictions had units on scene at the reported house explosion.
Chief, considering
Let me just say, what the NTSB will do right now is that we are gathering all that information for the timelines. The question is, what's the timeline for it happened from before the accident, during the accident, and past the accident. So we are collecting all that information, and we will create a timeline. And it can be complex because many people have a bit of information about it, and that's what we ask. If you have information about it, come to our witness at ntsb.gov address and let us know if you have some further information. But we will. That's part of the investigation.
Chief, considering the magnitude, and we've seen the video of the fire and the explosion and the body cam video, you say there's 2 minor injuries. Is it pretty amazing that out of this, there's only 2 injuries, that you don't have a death toll that could have been considerably much higher, considering the magnitude, and so many pipelines running in this general vicinity?
Absolutely. I would say that the occupant of the house, who was inside at the time of the explosion and then was assisted out by a neighbor after the explosion, is extremely fortunate. And thankfully they had neighbors that were willing to step up and assist them in such a time of peril.
Supervisor Smith, there's been a few questions about accountability. I realize these agencies are probably not in the position to speak on behalf of Washington Gas, neither are you, but your constituents have a lot of questions for these companies who make a lot of money off of, the services they provide. Would you like to see some more accountability from these companies that are out here and doing work and not answering questions from
Can we
a lot
get
of
your
your
name, please,
constituents?
before you...
Kathy Smith, I'm the Sully District Supervisor. We have such great professionals that work in Fairfax County with the fire and the police. I think it should be reassuring to the community that the NTSB is out here and they will ask the right questions. I totally understand the concern of the community because you want all the answers right away, but I think the most important thing for the community right now is these people behind me are going to make sure that the community is safe. And they won't let them back in their homes until they know they're safe. So lots of questions. The people behind me will find those answers. I will get information about that. But number one is keeping this community safe. Thank you.
Now that it's been determined at least which line is showing loss of pressure, will you continue checking all of the other lines, or will it not need to be a 1 by 1?
Sure. Thank you for that question. The question was, will we continue checking all the lines in the area in a systematic approach? And I think it's important to reinforce that Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department's role in this incident at this point is completely supporting and protecting the residents in the area. So as far as the testing systematically of the lines, we rely and support the efforts of both utility companies. We will be here to maintain atmospheric monitoring on a regular basis and report that up and record it and assist NTSB with their investigation.
And to clarify, so far of the lines that have been tested, it's just the one so far where the pressure loss of pressure has been determined.
Yes, I can share that there's a line on Quail Pond Court, that was tested and maintained pressure. This is the second line that's being tested, and it lost pressure. The extent of the leak yet to be determined.
Chief, and specifically, where is that 1,000-foot area that you're checking that's being looked at?
It runs alongside of the lot of the house that exploded in either direction.
You said 5200 block of Bell Plains Drive.
Bell Plains Drive.
And that's Washington Gas.
It is a Washington Gas line, correct.
Chief, can you talk about the map to your right?
Yes, so it's probably hard for everybody to see unless they have a camera. But the map to our right is a GIS representation of the purple is the easement that Williams Pipeline operates in, and it has multiple transmission lines in the area. The red box that borders that easement is identified as the house that had the reported explosion. The houses that are highlighted different colors, that's coding for our operations at the Instant Command Post to identify which homes, one, do not no longer have natural gas service provided to them, or have been shut off at the meter by us, and then secondly, those homes that have been evacuated by us and they found elsewhere to stay.
What is the latest number of the total evacuations still at this moment?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second here. It peaked at 86 homes. We reoccupied 11 last night. 11 that were determined to be in a very safe area, where our readings for the last 2.5 days have maintained 0 normal readings for the duration, and are quite a distance away from the impacted area.
So then is the number no longer 30 then of evacuations? Has it gone up?
I'm sorry, 86 homes without gas service. My apologies. But we peaked at 46 that were evacuated. 11 of those have since been reoccupied.
35 outstanding.
Thank you. Yes. Appreciate the help. 35 outstanding. Look, it's really important to emphasize the fact that just because some have been deemed safe to reoccupy, that the entire area doesn't come looking to reoccupy their homes until the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department deems it safe.
Just one point of clarity here, something you had mentioned last night, or it was mentioned by some of the community meetings, that Washington Gas is going to be using laser tech all over the neighborhood to identify if any additional leaks were found. Are you aware if they found any additional leaks?
I can confirm that they are in the area using that laser technology, which I don't know much about, to find any leaks or abnormal readings. What the results have not been reported to us.
For the NTSB, how long do you expect you to be here, collecting your evidence and gathering information?
And just, sorry, real quick, we'll just take two more questions and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
And how would you compare?
I'm sorry, start over, would you?
I'm sorry?
Would you repeat the question?
Yes. How long do you guys expect to be here collecting information, gathering evidence, and how would you compare this incident maybe to other ones you have investigated before as far as magnitude?
Yeah, so the question is how long are we going to be there, and have we investigated other accidents? We're going to be here until we gather all the perishable evidence that we need to gather at this particular point in time, and that the area's been returned to a safe status and people can return to their homes. So that's the reason we'll be there. Have we investigated other accidents? We investigate many accidents across the nation that have similar aspects to this. You can find information on those on our website. So if you're interested in that, there's a library of information on that. One more question.
Chief, I guess you kind of touched on this earlier, so I apologize if
it's okay.
A repeat, but we still, there's still a lot of work being done out there that's going to, that dictates the timeline. But best case scenario, worst case scenario, folks who are watching us wondering, can maybe a couple of days? Are we looking at a week? Do we have any reasonable idea on kind of a timeline when this might be resolved?
I think you could see, at best case scenario, the majority of the homes being allowed to reoccupied no sooner than 48 hours from now, depending upon the status of the leak that Washington Gas finds and what those conditions are as they try to access their line, which is 6 to 8 feet generally in that area, access it, fix it, pressure test it, and then we go into all the homes and take all of our readings and ensure that they can maintain those normal readings.
Sir, how big is the line that's in question here?
I can't answer that. I would defer that to Washington Gas. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And actually, the Washington Gas is going to defer it to NTSB.
All right, you've been watching a live press conference out of Virginia after a house explosion that happened there. A press conference from NTSB. We thank you for watching this afternoon edition of Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Have a great day.